Okay, I should be alive now. Right. But yeah, let's get on and everything here. Give me a sec. I'm just moving stuff around here. Okay. Alright, why is the audio like that? Right here. It should be better. Okay, let's play the demo.
Japan, the future.
Okay.
The merciless climate crisis
The future,
has
huh?
pushed humanity into air-purifying dome cities. A future not so distant from yours.
Oof.
A company called Miraido has connected the country through an underground network of supersonic railway systems.
Okay.
The Vtrain.
Sure.
The high-tech cities have become crowded, jammed, full of families pursuing a better life. But really, who cares about all that?
Wait, what?
This is a story about fishermen, about artisans, about farmers. This is a story about outlaws, orphans, and vandals.
Okay.
This is a story about those who remain outside.
So basically everyone who's touching grass instead. Okay. Chapter 1. Emily's Awakening. Hot ramen delivery. Okay.
These tracks are getting worse by the day. Well, no time to waste.
I guess we're delivering ramen. Alright, we can honk the horn. And then to brake. Drift around corners by braking. Okay. Hold drift when the bar appears in the center and release in the sweet spot. Okay. Alright, the thing just jumped. Alright, this is some bizarre railway here. When track split, choose a direction with left stick. Okay. Oh, we can switch. Okay. So we're just driving the train for now. Oh, rip, I jumped too early. Oh wait, I have to roll. Oh, I can air stomp? Okay. Oh, okay, that was a destination? Cool, here's your ramen.
You ordered some ramen?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for your patronage.
Wait, your train driving skills are out of this world. Are you a Denshattacker?
A what?
Now?
No way.
Okay.
You don't know about Denshattack? The most skilled drivers in Japan compete against each other doing tricks and races.
Denshattack? Is that really a thing?
Yes, you've got to try it.
Okay, let's do it!
Okay.
Oh, right now?
Okay. There's a trick to it. Okay.
Huh?
Any tricks? Train calibration station? Okay. Try flipping your machine in midair before falling back on the track.
3, 2, 1, go!
I won't give up!
Perform tricks by moving the right stick. Wait, what? That is so weird. Why is it registering? Alright, there's like a bunch of tricks you can do.
That's it! Now try to pull off as many tricks as you can on the circuit.
3、2、1、go! 周りを見な。うまいじゃん。ナイスだ。危ねえぜ。
Wait, what?
Don't lower your guard, Emmy!
Oh shit, I crashed.
Get it right this time! Let me try that again!
Oh man.
Look out!
What the fuck is this game?
I'll get it right this time!
Why is the train doing this shit? Hey, you wanna ride on my train?
やるな。
You wanna ride on my train? This is... You share some ways of... Either your reflex, flagger, and Shodabaga protagonist.
Yeah!
Real deal. Okay, what's the name? Okay, we're area Araki. Okay then. Heavy. Sure. Wait, what's the dares? I don't know what that is about, but okay. And then there's like ranking, whatever. No crash finish, destroy 2 wooden bridges, scatter bats in the K. White, what? Okay. They have like little missions there. Come on, I promise it's safe.
Oh,
I promise it's very safe. Don't worry.
Ha.
ha!
3、2、1、GO!
We'll get him next time.
Oh, I thought I could like.
Nice there!
Oh shit! I crashed in the water.
Hard, Emmy.
Oh wait, what? That wasn't big enough?
We'll get
Oh.
him next time. Don't lower your
Oh.
guard, Emmy.
Alright, cleared it. Oh, we got 3 stars? Only... Oh well. Like some... Welcome, welcome.
Yeah.
Huh?
For first timer? Okay.
Aha.
Wait. What else do we got here then? Who's the best Denshattacker? Yoshi? Okay. Alright then. Are we gonna go fight her or something? With tricks or whatever? She's in Fukuoka and she has a gang. Alright then. And always we went from delivering ramen from a train to this. It's just like, wait, what? It went by so quickly. Okay, why is the encoder going weird? Alright then. We let the fashion disaster walk into their tracks. Okay. Alright, then we're gonna go have a duel. Oh, they got like a cat train.
Ha.
Oh yeah, come on, ride on my train. I promise it's safe. Oh, I'm gonna restart. I have to be careful. Restart. It's a crazy ass train.
3 2 1 go
I won't give
Oh,
up.
I have to be careful with some of the stuff on this course. Okay, there's not as much open
3
space.
2 1 go 危ねえぜ うまいじゃん
Let me try that.
Oh, there's like a thing there. I don't want to like. I want to try and get a perfect run.
3 2 1 go
I'll get it right this time.
Cause I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to let the train get away from us.
3 2 1 go周りを見なうまいじゃんいいね うまいじゃん
Ha, you're a duck. I win.
Wait,
What?
wait, what the
Is she
fuck?
riding the ferry?
We got the Ferris here.
She's a monster!
最高よ
What the fuck is this?
うまいじゃん うまいじゃん危ねえぜやるな やるな
Get
Aw.
him next time.
危ねえぜ ナイスだ
Yeah, we're over here. Wait. What the fuck? Oh shit.
Don't lower your guard, Emmy!
Aw, not enough for the max rank. That's still crazy. What the fuck was that train ride? It was a bit of high school taker. Wait, that's it? Ah, come on, I wanna try more. That would have been a stupid short stream, but that's it. There's a trick park. Wait, what is this? It's some sort of wait. We get other trains. I saw this like not too long ago, and then I'm like, oh, there's a demo out now. I'll switch the stream to other stuff after then. But it's apparently it's called Denshattack. It's some sort of it's a train game. And to put it, it's a train. See, look.
3、2、1、GO! うまいじゃん。
What the fuck? Wait, what?
危ねえぜ。完璧。
Oh shit. Yeah, it's new. How do we go on the rail?
最高よ。
Don't lower your guard, Emmy!
I have no idea how I'm supposed to go on the rail.
3、2、1、GO! うまいじゃん。 危ねえぜ。
I won't give up.
やるな。
We'll get him next time.
最高よ。
Don't lower your guard, Emmy!
Yeah, I have no idea how I'm supposed to go on the rails properly.
2、1、GO! 周りを見な。
I think it's peak back.
危ねえぜ。
Let me try that again.
うまいじゃん。
I'll get it right this time.
Look out!
I
There's a
won't give
bit of a learning curve.
やるな。
Let me try that again.
This is just like, what the fuck? Close enough, welcome back, Sonic Riders.
3、2、1、GO! うまいじゃん。最高よ。
I'll get it right this
I'm driving a train.
3、
I think.
2、1、GO!
I don't know. This is like, this is just ridiculous. In the best way possible. I don't know how I'm supposed to do that though. Wait, what?
うまいじゃん。 周りを見な。 危ねえぜ。
time.
Wait, what the fuck is this a rainbow track? Oh, rip.
Lower your guard, Emmy.
I'm driving a train, I think. Wait, are there like more crazy tricks here? Oh, there's like all sorts of things. Wait, what? Back cancel impossible? Wait, what? Wait, what is this? There's just like all sorts of tricks. Okay, wait. This shit's crazy.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, rip.
Let me try that again.
I would have restart. This shit is crazy.
3, 2, 1, go!
I'll get it right this time. I won't give up.
We'll get him next time.
Let me try that again.
I'm just like doing all sorts of weird tricks. I did not. But okay. I fingered kick 540 on a half pipe. Okay. This game's crazy, man. We got like other trains in the garage. Major trick speed buff, but sketchy landing window. Trick score buff, nerf grinds but drift stability. Jump charge speed buff, but need manual, nerf manual duration. No unique ability. Oh, so like each of them have like different abilities. Wait, we can change the color? Okay. We can do different patterns on them. We can put like stickers and shit. Alright, this stuff is pretty crazy actually. Let's try this one. Yeah, this is just crazy. This game is crazy.
3、2、1、GO! やるな。周りを見な。危ねえぜ。周りを見な。
I'll get
Alright.
it right this time.
危ねえぜ。 周りを見な。
I won't give up.
Oh, I need to get onto the thing.
周りを見な。 Let me try that again.
うまいじゃん。 危ねえぜ。
I'll get it right this time.
I wonder if they can like try. Wait.
3、2、1、GO! うまいじゃん。
Surely they thought of like multi-track drifting, right?
Let me try that again.
We'll get him next time.
I won't give up. Let me try that again.
Wait, surely you guys want to ride on my train, right?
Don't lower your guard, Emmy.
Who wants to ride on my train?
I'll get it right this time.
Oh, that wasn't as good. But yeah, this shit is pretty crazy. Like, do we... There's like other stuff here. Trying to get a better score here. You come on right on the train. You'll be late to work. Trust. I'll get you to work in time. Just ride on my train.
3, 2, 1, go! 危ねえぜ 周りを見な
Let me try that again.
うまいじゃん やるな 危ねえぜ 周りを見な 最高よ
Huh, you're a duck. I win. What? You riding the Ferris wheel?
Damn, she's a monster.
Right? The Ferris wheel is perfect for train tracks.
危ねえぜ
I won't give up. I'll get it right this time.
うまいじゃん
Let me try that again.
周りを見な
Look out!
Yes. I guess it is.
うまいじゃん
We'll get him
Wait.
next time.
I crashed into the thing. Let's restart it for a better time. This shit is just
3,
crazy.
2, 1, go! いいね
Ah! Wait.
Don't lower your guard, Emmy.
Let's restart. If I escape, but all the
3,
everything is just train gun.
Nice then.
I won't give up.
It is a demo. I'm trying to get like some crazy tricks going though. It's not easy. But yeah, come on, ride on my train. I promise it's a safe ride. It's a safe and smooth ride. Trust.
Ha, you're a duck. I win. What? Is she riding the Ferris wheel?
Damn, she's a monster.
But yeah, come on. I promise the ride is safe.
I'll get it right this time.
Yes, it's safe. Don't worry.
周りを見な。危ねえぜ。
Yeah, I promise it's safe.
Look out!
周りを見な。危ねえぜ。周りを見な。
It's a very safe trust. You know, things might get a little bit heated like over here, but it's just a safe and smooth ride. Don't worry about it.
うまいじゃん。
Don't worry, you'll respawn. Don't worry, you can always respawn. Don't worry. It's safe from heaven. It's just... But yeah. It's safe, I swear.
Three, two, one, go! 危ねえぜ。 最高よ。ナイスだ。
Let me try that again.
周りを見な。危ねえぜ。
Ah, you're a blast. I win. What? Is she riding the Ferris wheel?
Damn, she's a monster!
But yeah, come on. This is how you drive the train, you know?
うまいじゃん。わお。最高よ。やるな。
I won't give up.
周りを見な。危ねえぜ。周りを見な。 危ねえぜ。うまいじゃん。
Oh, rap.
This time.
周りを見な。
Let me try that again.
うまいじゃん。危ねえ
I
ぜ。
won't give up.
周りを見な。
Don't lower your
Wait,
guard!
what was the... It's the best ride though. I'm an excellent train driver. I'm an excellent train driver, trust. Right, I'm an excellent train driver. For sure. We technically finished the demo. What else? We'll have to like look at other stuff there. But wait, what do you mean you don't? Him driving a train, he'd be like, it's too slow. He'd probably say the train is too slow. Knowing him. Because the train's not fast enough.
Three, two, one, go!
We'll get him next.
Right.
3, 2, 1, go! 曲がりを見な。危ねえぜ。曲がりを見な。危ねえぜ。
Look out!
曲がりを見な。
I'll get it right this time.
うまいじゃん。完璧。
I mean, I just did a couple back cancel impossibles.
危ねえぜ。 最高よ。 いいね。 曲がりを見な。
I won't give up. Let me try that again.
やるな。危ねえぜ。
Don't lower your guard, Emmy!
I won't give up. I'll get it right this time.
Nice だ。やるな。
I won't give up.
This is Tony Hawk with the trains. Tony Train Pro Buster, yes.
Go!
Yes.
いいね。ナイスだ。 曲がりを見な。 曲
I'll
Oh.
get him next time.
やるな最高よ
Look out!
うまいじゃん
I won't give up!
最高よやるな
I'll get it right this time!
最高よ
Let me try that again!
But yeah, imagine trying to get on a train and hit it down. Come on, this is the best train ever.
Don't lower your guard, Emmy!
This is, if you're not riding this train, you're not living your life. You haven't lived.
周りを見な うまいじゃん いいね
I won't give up!
やるな 最高よ 周りを見な ナイスだ
Yeah! Got a cool shot!
I'll get it right this time!
危ねえぜ
Yeah! Got a cool shot!
But yeah, what do you mean trains aren't supposed to do an ollie and stuff? I've got another dare. There's no crash and then 5 perfect drifts.
Three, two, one, go! 危ねえぜいいね周りを見な
Yeah.
危ねえぜ。周りを見な。
Yes! Got a cool shot!
But like, come on, don't you want to ride this train? I gotta get all the things, all the medals.
3、2、1、ゴー。うまいじゃん。
Look out!
いいね。 ナイスだ。危ねえぜ。いいね。 やるな。
I'll get it right this time.
完璧。
Don't lower your guard, Emmy! We'll get him next time.
Nice だ。いいね。ナイスだ。
Let me try that again.
周りを見な。
Look out!
周りを見な。 危ねえぜ。 周りを見な。 最高よ。
But yeah. Getting the perfect drifts is hard. But yeah, this shit is just crazy. Just driving these trains. Oh, let's try smashing the sandcastle then.
Three, two, one, go! 危ねえぜ。
I'll get it right this time.
周りを見な。危ねえぜ。
Don't lower your guard, Emmy! We'll get him next time.
I won't give up!
Look out!
Ha! You're a drop! I win! What? Is she riding the Ferris wheel?
Damn! She's a monster!
But yeah, this shit is just nuts.
Don't lower your guard, Emmy!
But it's very safe. What do you mean it's not safe? What do you mean it's not safe? What do you mean it's not safe? What do you mean? What do you mean it's not safe? Right, what do you mean it's not safe? Bus driver asked to go to get downtown. What the heck are you doing in the mountains? There's a detour en route, okay? The route's under construction. So we had to take a detour. It's also why we had to drive on the Ferris wheel. Right, it's also why. But yeah. But yeah, there's like, they call them impossibles. Oh, we are? Too much going on, it goes crazy. But yeah, this game is crazy. Right. It's super crazy. You're supposed to follow the damn train, CJ. What do you mean you gotta follow the train? You know, it's just crazy how it took until this point in time for this shit to happen. I guess it was. No. Wait, you know what'd be funny, actually? You know how before you would see sometimes you would have, like, those Subway Surfers with Family Guy on like, YouTube Shorts or TikTok or whatever with those clips in there? Is this gonna replace the Subway Surfer? Is this shit just gonna replace it? Surely this stuff will replace it. right? Surely. For those videos. Right.
3、2、1、ゴー ナイスだいいね
Let me try that again.
Right? Like, can you imagine? It's like we see just this.
3、2、1、ゴー
I'll get it.
Let's do a no-hit run then. No crash run.
3、2、1、ゴー うまいじゃん ナイスだ最高よ いいね
I won't.
But yeah, this shit is just dumb.
3、2、1、ゴー
But it's fun.
ナイスだ
Let me try that again.
やるな
We'll get him next time.
I'll get it right this time.
やるな
I won't give up.
Oh, damn it. But yeah, I'm a really good train driver, don't worry.
3、2、1、ゴー ナイスだ アブレーズいいね
If your train driver cannot do an ollie while driving a train, they're not a good driver.
3、2、1
Okay? They need to be able to do kickflips and ollies while driving the train.
周りを見な いいね やるな ナイスだ
Wait, why is my trigger not responding?
Don't lower your guard, Emmy!
My right trigger is like not responding not properly now.
Let me try that again.
That is so weird. Because I'm trying to jump.
I'll get it right this time. I won't give up. Let me try that again. I'll get it right this time.
Wait.
I won't give up.
Don't lower your guard, Emmy!
Let me try that again.
I don't know, man. Orange doesn't work on me. If I'm like aware something's coming, or like if I'm aware I'm playing a horror game, it doesn't work on me.
Yes! Got a cool shot!
I won't give up.
Good license before riding, yeah. Okay, we need to do it with no crashes now.
3、2、1、ゴー。危ねえぜ。周りを見な。
Honestly though, this is just fun and dumb.
2、1、ゴー。いいね。うまいじゃん。危ねえぜ。 やるな。周りを見な。 最高よ。
I'll get it right this time.
Alright, I'm gonna have to restart because I crashed.
3、2、1、ゴー。いいね。ナイスだ。危ねえぜ。
Let me try that again.
Wait, what?
I won't give up.
That was a weird
3、
thing there.
2、1、ゴー。 うまいじゃん。
Yeah, but I jumped. A well done jump scare. The dark is well done. Okay. I mean, you guys saw it. You saw the VOD, at least, when I did the horror thing in the hospital in NT. I was just laughing or whatever. Where I was like, oh, hi. Because, like, when I know there's something coming, it's like, oh yeah, I expect it. So, like, you don't really get me scared, rather just like, oh. But that, like, that's me personally. Like, the only way for it to, like, work on me, maybe, is if it gets me completely by surprise, and I'm completely unaware. You played Mortuary Assistant and sometimes you got jump scared, I say. I mean, it depends on the person, right? Some people can't handle it. Some people it doesn't really work if they kind of expect it.
Next time.
Damn it. I wanna get the no-hit run.
3, 2, 1, go!
But yeah, it's not easy to get that no-hit run.
3, 2, 1.
But this shit is just stupid fun. Right, it's like worth trying the demo. Even if it's like super short. I'm definitely gonna pick up like the full version of this game when it releases. For sure.
3, 2, 1, go!
Damn it, I crashed. But yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
No, I think what would give someone a jump scare is if I force them to ride this tram. I mean, like, come on. They'd have actual jump scare.
Look out!
3, 2, 1, go!
I mean, I gotta get all the tricks, man. Even if it says it's impossible. Fine, I'll take that route. Damn it, I crashed.
3, 2, 1, go!
But like, this train ride is to die for, man. Thanks for the sub, Kazuki. Right? Like, isn't this train ride to die for?
Got a cool shot!
Here we go. 7 out of 7 dares. There we go. How was that? That one was a completely safe ride. Right? Completely safe. These train rides are to die for. Right? The whole trip was to die for. I wonder if I can get on the other track path there.
3、2、1、GO!
Look at
3、2、1、GO! 回るよ
I
な
won't give.
I queued too many at once. They made me jump and then land and jump again.
3、2、1、GO!
We'll get him next time.
Let me try that again.
3、2、1、GO! うまいじゃん最高よやるな 危ねえぜ最高よ
I'll get it right this time. Let me try that again.
Oh, I can't go on that rail.
I won't give.
I thought I could maybe go on that rail, no I can't.
3、2、1、GO!
Ha, you're a duck. I win. What? Is she riding the Ferris wheel?
Damn, she's a monster.
Damn. Risky dodges. How do I do risky dodges though? I wonder what those risky dodges are.
3、2、1、GO! うまいじゃん
Wait, that was some crazy tricking right there. But yeah, we're just riding the Ferris wheel, you know?
Ferris wheel?
Damn, she's a monster.
Yeah, I have no clue how to do the risky dodges one. But yeah, this shit is crazy. Alright, this game is crazy. Lots of fun to be had with just that. Right, we only have like a few stages to mess with. And then those two are just tutorials. But yeah, this shit is crazy. I am curious to like how much further it can go. Just like, yeah. Damn, we almost have 2 hours. I have almost 2 hours of playtime. Well, I guess I had it booted up before I started the stream. But yeah, like, this is the trailer for the game. When it goes into like a factory, it's the later as well. That's cool. A giant baseball. It even goes underwater. That's the boss. God damn. They got boss fights.
Denshattack.
With this shit there. This shit's gonna get way crazier. But yeah, the demo is very short, but it's short duration, yeah. People talking about it, it's fun. The best demo they played a long time. Now we just gotta wait for it. It's absolute peak on a silver platter. Art style is really good, yeah. Yeah, the soundtrack is nice. But yeah, this shit's crazy. Alright, this one is pretty crazy. What was that other demo? Alright, let's move on to the other one then. There was like another demo I wanted to play. Is it this one that I saw? No, let me pull up Steam first. Alright, but yeah, that shit was crazy. For sure. Let me see. But yeah, definitely gonna grab that one. Alright, why can't other freaking game devs come up with crazy shit like that? What was it called? What was this thing again? Alright, let me just change the title there. But yeah, let me just get the thing booted up, the next one I saw. Because I need to get like a source set up for it. The hell? Oh wait, that's the Steam freaking page of this other game. I'm just trying to open the demo. And then get it set up as a source there. But yeah, the Denshattack one was pretty fun. And then, like, what, a week ago we played the Maitreya one. That one was also really fun too, but that one had some jank controls and bugs. I think this one's just gonna be a bit more just bog standard stuff, this other one that I saw. Because, like, I just saw some, like, random demo pop-ups for stuff. Oh, let me get it in a window. What the hell is this freaking... Why did it default to French? The fuck? I'm just trying to get it, like, set up here. I guess I'll just put, like, the regular background music for the stream. We'll have it play that from there. What the hell? Okay, the freaking demo is, like, not opening up properly. Do I have to kill it with Task Manager? What the hell? I was, like, eating up 4 gigs of RAM. But it was, like, just frozen. But yeah, I do wonder though how crazy that game will get when it, like, eventually, like, releases. Like, I wonder, like, how much further they'll take it. Because, like, they saw some, like, there's, like, some boss fights in, like, the trailer thing. But, like, surely it'll get more unhinged. But yeah. And then I'm trying to get, like, this other demos opened up. I don't know what the hell engine they're using, but, like, it's so jank. The way it opens up and it tries to force itself as full screen and stuff. Wait, what the hell did I just press? Okay. I'm just gonna switch it to demos and stuff. To games plus demos. Alright. Let me get that window open in here. Hey, Kraz. What the hell is this? Okay, I saw this other demo thing here that we can try. I have no idea what this shit is. I saw, like, a couple screenshots or something, but I think it's from, like, the next fest or whatever. Might as well give it a try. I'll do stretch and hydrate first. But yeah. What do you mean meringue? Like the pie? I don't know. Oh, that's the developer there.
Select a mode.
Okay. Apparently this game had defaulted to French, so it took me a while to, like, change the settings to English because it had to relaunch the game. There's like announcer voice. Okay. No graphic settings.
Select a mode. Select a mode. Quick play. Select your parent.
And there's like 3 stages here. I mean, this is probably gonna be a shorter stream. Unless we can find some other interesting stuff later, but here you go. That said though, the freaking train one was a lot of fun. Like, what the fuck was going on? What the hell were they smoking when they came up with that game? Alright, what's this one now?
Beginner. Select your character.
Okay, we got two characters here. She runs faster, can deal critical hits more, her jumps aren't great. Stomping on enemy heads doesn't deal much damage. Fair enough. This one jumps higher and deals stronger damage when stomping enemies. Her movement speed is slower. But she's a bit more frailer at the start. Okay.
Alex.
Sure.
Believe in yourself and get out there.
Okay. Is that some random ass text-to-speech AI voice? But hey, let's see what this thing is. But yeah, definitely the Denshattack one was the highlight. For sure. That shit was crazy. And we're getting flashbanged. The hell is this?
Ready? Go.
Wait, what is this control? The fuck are these controls? This is so jank. This is so jank. Am I supposed to just go through everything here? Wait. There's a double jump. What the hell am I supposed to do with this thing? Just go from door to door? Yeah, I don't know about this game. It's like... Okay, now I have... This shit isn't even textured. The fuck is this? It's an untextured minigun model. Yeah, okay, I think I'm done with that one. That game is so pathetic. The shit isn't even textured and the controls are scuffed. I have no idea what the hell that thing was. Okay. I was just like looking at some of the stuff on Next Fest or whatever that I didn't try yet. And I'm like, okay, you know what, sure, maybe I'll try it on stream. Rip for that one though. That one's a bit too scuffed. That one's too scuffed. I was just grabbing some stuff on here that was on Steam thing. The main thing though I wanted to play was Denshattack, and then we played I should have just saved my tryout for this thing instead of doing it a week ago. Because that one was pretty crazy. But yeah, let me get my browser up. I guess I'll just switch it to chatting and then we can do some reacts from here, because I still have that long ass backlog. Wait, I know what I could do with just chatting actually. I know what we could do. I haven't brought it up in like forever. But like, I know what we could do. Let me get the keyboard and thing first. Because this one's gonna be funny. What the hell did I click on? Oh, I clicked on one of my older VODs. But yeah, the Denshattack stuff was fun from the start. Nah, I don't want to play Castlevania right now. I don't feel like booting up my Linux machine so I can get your thing running. I saw the thing that you sent me before, but like, I don't want to get it set up on my Linux machine right now. I have this stuff unplugged and put away right now. Let's see, where is it? I'll just do some reacts, because like, I have a long ass backlog. What the hell? Where is it? Oh, here. Desktop Survivors 98. They want us to verify our age on computers. What the fuck is this? I mean, hey, perfect thing for Steam Machine. Okay? It might be cope, but come on.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar.
Wait, why is Desktop Survivors like borked right now? Let me get Desktop Survivors fixed. Oh, I accidentally opened Vampire Survivors. God damn it. I meant to open Desktop Survivors, not Vampire Survivors. Oh, what the hell? The thing went pixelated. Yeah, I'm good. I don't have the emulators or whatever set up right now anyways on this machine.
And ladies and gentlemen, they're trying to age verify our operating systems
Welcome
now.
back.
You might be like, whoa,
They
that's
wanna
crazy.
age
What do
verify-
you mean age verify an operating system? How does that even make sense? Today, ladies and gentlemen, in the episode of Some Ordinary Gamers and Man Screams of the Clouds, or whatever you want to call me, I am about to read some of the most insanely stupid legal jargon written by a politician. I hate
Okay.
politicians, okay?
I do
would
too.
rather, I shit you not, I swear.
No, we should just kidnap all of those politicians, drop them on Epstein Island, and force them to kill each other. They can play Fortnite, but not Fortnite. And it's real. That's what we should do.
Wait, it is the month of Ramadan right now. I swear on everything holy, I would rather be waterboarded, okay? I would rather be waterboarded in Guantanamo Bay every single day for a year of my life than listen to a politician yap in my ear for 5 fucking minutes, okay? They are that horrible. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, okay, this is not that rant. Age attestation on computing devices. Okay, this is a bill that is being brought in, obviously, for children and domestic matters. Now, who brings this bill? Matt Ball and Amy Paschal, okay? 2 Democrats over here who, ladies and gentlemen,
Who are
clearly,
retarded.
I don't know if they understand how computers work, but actually it is going to become very evident when we read this bill, okay? This bill requires an operating system provider to provide an accessible interface at account setup that requires an account holder to indicate the birth date or age of the user of that device, to provide a signal regarding the user's age bracket to applications available in a covered store. So to give you an idea, okay, just a quick understanding, most modern operating systems, and I'm including cell phones in this as well, you typically are centralized. And what I mean by that is, you know when you make a Windows account, for the most part, they pretty much hound you to make an online Microsoft account when you're setting up a new Windows install. Yes, there are ways to make a local account for now. Generally, Microsoft wants you to connect through theirs when you're setting up your own computer, which is insane in my opinion, but that's the
Desktop
world
Survivor's
we've
not
got
working.
to. When you buy a MacBook, you're very incentivized to make an iCloud account. Now, I believe you can make a local Mac online pleasantries, but a lot of these companies kind of like goad you, okay? They like, make the online account, okay? Now, obviously, for cell phones, Apple, kind of the same thing. When you buy an iPhone, they kind of goad you into that iCloud. And when you buy a Google phone, they kind of goad you into that Google thing. Now, obviously, there are exceptions to this rule, and some of those exceptions are so simple that you can go to Google, for instance, buy Pixels, right? I don't know if this is the exact one, but you can buy some of these Pixel phones, and they're good phones from what I hear, but if you don't want Google's spying on you, then you can just go install graphics through your actual web browser. Plug your phone into your computer through a USB port, basically literally follow the instructions on the screen
that's not
right
working.
now, and you can install Graphene OS privacy focused onto your Android device, right? So,
I can't get Desktop Survivor fixed.
Pathways we can take to avoid and circumvent stupid bills like this, which is one of the reasons why I said this is some of the stupidest forms of legislation.
I'm trying to fix Desktop
Legislate
Survivors.
something that is unlegislatable, okay? The lion does not care about the bullshit laws you pass, okay? Anyways, so to give you an idea, provide an application developer that requests an age signal. So basically, when you set up an account, they're going to make it so that you can put in a birth date, right? Now, again, I don't know if it's as simple as put in the birth date, because if it's that simple, we are back to the early 2000s where accessing an adult website, typically, you know, when they were like,
I forgot which window it is.
Yeah? Come on in, pal. No, if that's what we're at, then this is a pointless law. But anyways, provides an application developer that requests an age signal with respect to a particular user the technical ability to call an age signal via a reasonably consistent real-time API that identifies, at minimum, the user's age bracket data. And then
It's
they
on the
said
wrong
only
monitor.
the minimum amount of information necessary to comply with the bill. An OS provider shall not share an H signal with a third party for a purpose not required by bill. So the last bullet point sounds like, whoa, they must have plugged up all the fucking holes, huh, Muda?
Okay.
This is a slam dunk. Not necessarily, guys. Look down over here. The bill requires a developer to request an H signal with respect to a particular user from an OS provider or a covered application store when the developer's application is downloaded and launched. The developer then receives an H signal, is deemed to have knowledge of the age range of the user to whom the H signal pertains across all platforms
Yeah, I
of
have
the
no idea why
application
it's so
and points
bored.
of access to the applications. However, and this is the important part, okay, inside all of this, if a developer has clear and convincing information that a user's age is different than the age indicated by the signal, the developer shall.
So, like, here's the thing. Here's the thing with this, why it's so stupid. Whatever people, like, you can just fake whatever this attestation signal is, but also if, like, Linux operating systems, good fucking luck convincing the open source community to do anything about this. You know, Linus Torvalds would probably just flash the middle finger to everyone if he was, like, forced to implement this shit into Linux kernel or whatever. Like, this shit is just stupid overall.
I'll use that information as the primary indicator. So immediately we went beyond, hey, just give us your age, to use other factors. Now, what are those other factors? I don't know. If I'm typing 6'7" to my buddies in Discord and the OS is monitoring that, is it going to assume that I'm a fucking child? Or is it going to think, oh, this is an adult with a fucking absolute immature sense of humor at 2 in the morning while they're playing Phasmophobia together, okay? I don't know. It's a set of ones and zeros. It's not human. It can't logically think, okay? That is the unfortunate situation. So again, the developer shall not request more information from an OS or a covered application store than is necessary to reply. But again, the operating system should also, again, according to this bill, understand if there's other signals, you're probably, if you're underage and you lied about your age, it's up to the OS to basically make sure they're sending the right info. Effectively, they said that the bill does have civil penalties, so no more than $2,500 for each minor affected by a negligent violation, and no more than $7,500 for each minor affected by intentional violation. So again, none of these bills are actually passed yet. Yet is the key word. But the other thing is, they're also bills that aren't going to target you yet. Because again, if you lie about your age, they're targeting mostly Apple, Microsoft, and Google in this. And again, you can read these bills even further for yourself too. Again, this is a full thing that you can read. It's not terribly long. It's like 9 pages. And again, the actual shit is going to happen mostly for existing devices by July 1st, 2028. They have to provide an interface that allows you to give your actual age. Now again, this is solely unenforceable, and the reason why this is happening is because companies like Meta, for instance, at least in Canada, are trying to lobby the government into saying, hey guys, don't put the blame on us, put the blame on the operating systems, the application stores out there, right? So what they basically mean by that is, instead of going to things like Instagram, for instance, right? Typically, if you were on an iPhone, in order to access Instagram.com or the Instagram service, you download the Instagram application. Now, Apple does do age attestation, so meaning that if you do download applications where they want to know your age, sometimes they'll give you a little pop-up that says, hey, do you want us to send them very minimal information to just tell them that you're an adult? Because Apple should, in theory, know you're an adult, because at least in my case, I do pay them like $1 a month for extra iCloud for my family. So they should be able to know that I am a legal adult, right? And they can basically attest for me. Now, this is not a universal thing whatsoever, but to give you an idea, what Meta wants is, instead of them being responsible, basically they're saying, let Apple be the ones responsible. So if Apple is basically distributing Instagram, they're the ones that have to make it so that they're the ones that decide if you're an adult or not before the application even downloads. And the same would go for Google and for Microsoft, if you're using the Microsoft Store, say, for example, to download applications. Now, these kind of laws are really stupid because ultimately
Are you
they
downloading
are
more RAM, guys?
unenforceable. Okay, they're unenforceable for a lot of reasons, right?
I'm
For one,
downloading
I
more
feel like
RAM.
the politicians that write this
Oh, wait,
garbage
can you even
don't
see it?
actually use
The sea
computers.
window?
Okay, they
Yeah, you
probably
can.
have only ever used like an iPhone or something, and they thought, wow, this must be really easy. Make it on the App Store. Dog, how are you going to enforce this on Windows, okay, where people can go to the internet, for instance, right? Like, if I wanted to download anything from, like, you know, the internet, like, if I wanted to get 7-zip, I could just go to their website, download the exe file for my Windows system, and just install it. Here's something really scary. You can go to places like GitHub and download open source projects and just install whatever you want on your system. Even Macintoshes that are designed
Wait, I
to
forgot
be so
those
locked down
achievement things
just
there.
to protect the average user. You can download whatever you want there. How are you going to handle things like Linux, for instance? How are you going to push age attestation on operating systems that are massive global open source projects?
You don't see
Like, if you go
glitches.
to
This is important.
kernel.org, Linux is a project that anybody can grab from here and fork and basically, you know, make their own Linux distribution, right? There's so many different distributions that exist. You can go to Arch Linux, okay? You can just go here. You can download this and actually install and run your own Linux within minutes. You can actually install
I need
Ubuntu
system
if you want it,
recovery.
one of the most like used and accessible versions of Linux out there. You can get Ubuntu if you're somebody of that faith. You can get Halal OS if you want it. You
processor.
can get Azure Linux, which is Microsoft's own internal Linux. You can get Gentoo Linux if you really hate yourself. You can get Fedora Linux. You can get CachyOS, which is what I use. I mean, how the fuck are you going to enforce things like Rebecca Black OS at this point, all right?
Yeah.
This is the stupidity of these like organizations. They don't understand that you can't govern an operating system. The reason why this law could make sense is if you wanted to go after something like Microsoft, right? Remember, Microsoft
Welcome,
Windows
Reinx.
is a closed American-based
Thanks for the
company.
raid,
And
breezy.
even if you were to
We're
pass
just
this
doing
law in
reacts now.
Colorado, for
We were
instance,
playing
that's their
Denshattack earlier.
jurisdictional limit, right? Would Microsoft even so much as contend with this outside of the state of Colorado? But again, Microsoft, because they're centralized, because you have to make a Microsoft account, or at least that's the direction they're going to use Windows, they are
Yeah, I
going to be
didn't.
the arbiters on, you know, who is a child, who is an adult, right? And whatever metrics they grab from your computer that, you know, can correct you if you enter a wrong date, that's something I really want to see in the future as this kind of bullshit law is being thrown in. You've got Apple, who runs, you know, Macintosh. They're the ones that are obviously going to be targeted by this. They have to contend with this. But how would you go after Linux? How would you go after distributable like Android operating systems that people sideload onto their phones anyways? It's so
How would
unenforceable,
you?
it's not even funny, okay? And that's not even including just Linux. How would you enforce things like FreeBSD, which is a different type of Unix operating system? Again,
Yep.
these people don't understand what they're trying to do. Politicians are fucking brain damaged to the point that they don't even understand the technology they are trying to govern. They're passing laws. And here's what I think. Again, this is a conspiracy theory that I guess people can, like, you know, hound me for, but I really think that this is pushed by a lot of the big tech firms. I think this is pushed by a lot of the mass surveillance in our country, in the world, that, you know, people want as a way to sort of invoke this and make it normalized, you know? Age attestation and
wouldn't be
age
surprised.
verification is never to protect children. It's to open a new wave of regulated technologies that are designed to monitor and control what you can and cannot do on the devices you purchase. That's my personal belief, okay? I don't think these bills are introduced with the intention of protecting the children. And when you see how stupid they are, okay, all you can do is just laugh. They're unenforceable pieces of garbage that you wouldn't even waste time wiping your ass with. But again, this is not just Colorado, okay? I wouldn't make this video if it wasn't just Colorado. California, which is one of the most influential states in the US, has introduced bills like Assembly Bill 1043, which, if we actually read it, talks about age verification in
Oh,
regards
boy.
to the operating system. So again, beginning January 1st, 2027, basically age verification with respect to software applications and operating system provider will provide an accessible interface at the account setup. So when you're making your Microsoft account, your iCloud account, your whatever account, will require an account holder to indicate birth date, age, or both. of the user of that device for the purpose of providing a signal regarding the user's age bracket. Now again, if these companies are not grabbing everything else alongside you, like a driver's license or anything, if all they do is ask you for your age, like your birth date, this is the most pointless law to be passed. Everyone's gonna fucking lie about their
Yeah,
age.
who isn't
So
gonna
obviously
lie?
they're going to be looking for other signals that signal your age, right? And what are those signals? What is that monitoring? I wish these people were more transparent with it. Now again, these laws, you can read them all you want, but they basically don't. The problem with it, again, like I said, it's unenforceable trash, okay? You cannot enforce this garbage on the average person. That's the problem. These politicians are introducing age verification into our OSs. They're actually targeting the operating system level. We are moving from, first it was like, hey, if you want to go to a website like pornhub.com, you have to provide your ID, okay? Now it's like, hey, if you want to actually use this application on your phone, provide your ID. Hey, if you want to actually, use your,
we
if
need
you
the
want to
copier.
use your operating system in an adult manner, you got to provide some level of ID or verification. How would they even enforce this on things like Linux? Like, is the terminal going to come up and is it going to say sudo user mod AG? Is it going to be like grown-ups? Is that the groups? Is it the grown-ups group? Is it going to throw
Oh
me in
boy.
there? Again, it's unenforceable trash. But the thing is, it should worry you because they want to push this onto the operating system. And again, if these pass nationwide, internationally, it just becomes normalized, right? When big areas start passing it, this is how it happens. It doesn't start from like a blanket pass everywhere. It starts in California, then in Colorado, then in places like Texas, then in places like Florida, then in provinces like Ontario, countries like the United Kingdom, and then it becomes a global fucking epidemic. Remember, Discord age verified the entire world. They're pushing for age verification globally. Even though it's not a law globally, they just decided to do that. And now these politicians want to force companies, especially ones that run our operating systems, the deepest levels of our systems, running age verification bloat on top. This is not okay. And again, if there was ever a bigger like commercial to go self-hosting, to start using Linux or something and take back ownership of the stuff that you purchase, this is probably the wake-up call, okay? To me, as a Linux user, I laugh at this doc shit. Because I know from a technical level, it's so unenforceable. But to see these politicians throw this shit out there is worrying, regardless of the fact of how funny it is and how unenforceable this trash is. So yeah, they want to age verify our operating systems. Wild day, man. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Well, that was something. Yeah, I have no clue how they would even bother trying to enforce that. Especially with Linux. Like, people are just gonna be like, nah. And then what happens if, like, because, like, a lot of people, too, there are people that will just build their own Linux distro or setup there, and they'll compile everything themselves. Because the whole thing is open source. So it's not like they would just follow all the bullshit anyways. How was this one? GTA 6 Countdown. Vice City Stories is coming natively thanks to Russian reverse engineering team. Oh damn. They like reverse engineered like the PS2 version? That's crazy, that's kinda cool too. Alright, let's see. Why NVIDIA abandoned gamers? What's this one? Alright. Go give that one a look. Oh, I opened it twice.
Guys, if you're a gamer, you might need to start looking into more affordable hobbies because we're seeing the death of the gaming industry in real time. Now, how did we get to this point? And I know many of you are already aware of the RAM shortage affecting prices across the board in gaming. I made a video on it about a month ago and all of its implications within the AI industry. But I want to focus the majority of this video on one company that seems to be the driving force behind this incredible push for AI. And it's the largest AI company in the world with its current valuation in the AI market of $5 trillion. And that is EnVidia. Now, as a gamer, I loved EnVidia. I'm sure most of us still think of graphics cards whenever you hear the word EnVidia. And for the longest time, EnVidia was the backbone of PC gaming. The technology was unmatched. EnVidia graphics cards were a large reason why PCs were considered the master race of gaming. No other console could come close to the technology that EnVidia was able to put in their graphics cards. It always seemed that consoles were always one step behind when it came to PC gaming performance. I remember when I first booted up my first gaming PC with my GTX 1080 back in 2018. My mind was blown coming from an Xbox One at the time, just in terms of raw graphics and performance. All that to say, EnVidia built their company on revolutionizing graphics cards and being the company for gamers. Now, there was a crypto boom back in 2020, which negatively impacted supply of graphics cards for gamers because many individuals were buying up lots of graphics cards in order to mine cryptocurrency on the blockchain.
Yep.
So we've seen shortages in the past with graphics cards. But let me clarify.
But that's
what we're
like
seeing
nothing
in
compared to the
2026 is completely different. The shortage in 2020 was caused by consumers. Although it was annoying dealing with the crypto miners, EnVidia was still prioritizing selling graphics cards to consumers. However, fast forward to 2026, the current shortage is not being caused by consumers. The shortage is being caused by EnVidia. Now, why would a company abandon its foundation as a graphics hardware manufacturer and abandon the customers that made them the company they are today? Well, I think it's time to be brutally honest as gamers. EnVidia is no longer a graphics hardware company. They are now an AI software company. And whatever graphics cards
they're
they do
AI
manufacture,
hardware.
they prioritize selling to AI data centers instead of consumers. In other words, EnVidia just doesn't care about gamers anymore. We see this now in 2026 as for the first time in 30 years, EnVidia has just recently announced that they will not be producing a new graphics card this year for their product line. And they are cutting production by 50% for all of their previous 50 series cards. But this is when things get really messed up. EnVidia knows that they have created their own shortage of graphics cards, and they know gamers can't get their hands on them without paying a ridiculous price. So they came up with the idea to rent out their graphics cards with a monthly subscription service, GeForce Now. EnVidia is basically saying that if you can't afford an RTX 4080, that's okay. You can rent one from us for $20 a month because we don't want you to own your own hardware. We want you to pay us monthly to rent graphics power from our data centers. And there's other gaming companies that are replicating this business model. And spoiler alert, it's not just gaming PCs. We're seeing that PlayStation is starting to rent out PS5s online with a subscription service as well. And HP with their gaming laptop subscription service. And Xbox Cloud Gaming with their subscription service. Oh, and that's not even counting entertainment subscriptions like Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu, HBO Max, etc. You starting to see a pattern here? It's almost like CEOs tricked consumers into thinking that subscriptions were more convenient and cost-effective than buying physical media or owning your own hardware. That convenience was more valuable than your ownership rights. In the words of Moist Critical, you will own nothing and be happy. All right, that's about it. See ya. And what's really sad about all of this with the gaming subscription services being related to the AI industry is that the stock market is kind of unsure about the future of AI and that there is serious fear of the bubble bursting. This is exactly why we saw
It'll be great once it bursts though.
plummet a few weeks ago because their financial reports showed how much they were spending with OpenAI, a company that is projected to go bankrupt by 2027. This scared investors, and they basically caught Microsoft with their pants down. Now, OpenAI was the pioneer of AI technology, and they're losing money fast. But it's okay because Big Bro NVIDIA is going to invest $30 billion into OpenAI to keep it afloat. But my question is this: if AI is so profitable, why is NVIDIA having to bail out OpenAI? Why not just let OpenAI run out of business? Because NVIDIA understands that if OpenAI
No, they should
goes
run out of
bankrupt,
business.
everyone in this bubble is screwed. It will start a domino effect that will hit every company with investments in AI. Google, AMD, Microsoft, NVIDIA, they all go down and the bubble will burst. Even the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, says that it's illogical to think that AI will replace software tools in the future. But correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the whole selling point of AI? To have AI do all the work? To limit human intervention as much as possible? Before the video ends, I'm gonna leave you guys with this. Next time you see a C-Dance AI video come across your feed on social media, whether it's Goku fighting Thanos or Sonic fighting Mario, just remember, that is the reason you won't be able to afford gaming hardware. And AI companies want you to enjoy that content so that they can invest more into their AI data centers. But let me know what you guys think about NVIDIA and the future of gaming. I'll catch you guys later. See ya.
Oh damn, I have like so much to claim there. New patch available, no color, cool. But yeah. There we go. What's this? Article?
In today's gaming news, in a shocking discovery, Phil Spencer is retiring from Xbox and Sarah Bond is resigning. Ubisoft reveals 2 Far Cry games are in development and promises the Splinter Cell remake.
Alright, so Phil Spencer is retiring, Sarah Bond is left, Matt Booty promoted as a Microsoft AI exec, Asha Sharma named new Xbox exec, new Xbox boss. Okay. So Pajit took over Xbox now. Damn. Spencer's time will be remembered because he spent $69 billion on Activision Blizzard King. Okay. Well, who knows what'll happen there, but all I can tell is probably more AI slop from them. And then apparently, oh, Zelda's now 40th and 40th. Okay. Cool. Nier Automata to be continued? Wait, what? We gonna get another Nier game? Pod? When? See more here. Wait. Do we not have subtitles? No. Okay. I never played the other endings though for Nier Automata. I'll need to play them at some point. Cause there's like so many endings I have. Okay. All the re-release versions?
報告2015年5月舞台夜バージョン1.1上映報告2018年1月舞台少年夜バージョン1.0上映報告同年2月音楽劇夜バージョン1.2上映報告2019年7月舞台夜バージョン1.3へ上映報告2020年3月舞台夜バージョン 1.3A2 無観客公演報告
Too bad I can't understand what they're saying.
少女夜バージョン1.1へ上映
Live action mirror.
再生コンサートログ報告2016年4月ミーヤミュージックコンサート&トークライブ
Alright, at a music concert? Okay.
開催報告2017年4月ミーヤミュージックコンサート人形たちの記憶開催報告2018年9月ミーヤオーケストラコンサート12018開催報告2019年5月ビルボードライブ Meets ミーヤミュージック開催報告2020年3月ミーヤシアトリカルオーケストラ12020無観客公演開催報告2022年11月ミーヤオートマタファンフェスティバル12022壊れた5年間の声開催報告2024年1月ミーヤオーケストラコンサート12024 The End of Data ワールドツアー開催報告同年12月ミーヤディナーショーみたいな何か12024開催報告2025年4月ミーヤピアノソロコンサートジャーニーズワールドツアー開催
Okay.
再生アニメーションログ報告2022年2月ミーヤオートマタバージョン 1.1A 発表
Yeah, they have the anime there.
2023年1月第1クール放送報告同年3月チャプター9以降の延期を発表報告同年7月放送再開報告2024年7月第2クール放送
ラインズ
再生コラボレーションログ報告主要コラボレーションを列挙
Okay. Collabs with various different games.
フロンティア Z ファンタシースターオンライン2バルキリーアナトミア G オリジンファイナルファンタジーブレイブエクスビアス圧縮会話モードを起動
And then other collabs they did. Okay.
圧縮会話モード終了報告2017年4月ミーヤオートマタ累計出荷販売本数
Out of all the stuff on the list was funny is like the PGR one isn't even in there.
2018年3
That's kind of
月
funny.
計250万本を突破
Actually funny.
報告2020年12月累計500万本を突破報告2023年4月累計750万本を突破解析ゲーム舞台音楽アニメーション
Okay.
書籍グッズイベント生放送ファンミーティングコラボレーション
But yeah, that's cool though. Like,
複合展開による関心
dude,
領
there's
域の拡大と
potentially another near game coming.
結果人類によるミーヤオートマタ購買行動の長期持続報告2026年2月累計1000万本を突破本当にありがとうございました
But yeah, then it just says to be continued. Who knows then what's gonna come of that? But neat. Okay. A $5 upgrade pack? The fuck? Nintendo explained online play is not supported for Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, but local multiplayer options are still available. Uh-huh. All the game's original connectivity features will work as it did on the Game Boy Advance via wireless connection. It'll be possible to connect up to 4 others with a Pokemon Wireless Club located on the 2nd floor of the Pokemon Centers. Players can access the unit rooms. But like no Pokemon Home or anything? That's kinda... That's super Pepega. And then Sony shut down one of their studios. What is this? What the hell they do?
In my time covering video games, I have seen and talked about many fumbles on the part of major AAA game publishers and companies.
Yeah, I don't know,
few
man.
fumbles are as hard as this one right here. PlayStation is apparently shutting down Blue Point Games. This was reported by Jason Schreier just like an hour ago, and I just got to talk about this immediately because I am so thoroughly confused by this one. Blue Point Games is among the most celebrated studios, and I think a studio that was positioned to be among Sony and PlayStation's most valuable. And given its successful endeavors and the talented team involved within, this just makes utterly no sense. Just what are you doing here, Sony and PlayStation? The full article here can be found on Bloomberg. Jason Schreier reported on this through sources who relay this information, and he just straight up says that Sony and PlayStation are shutting down Blue Point. Roughly 70 employees will lose their jobs amid the studio closure, a PlayStation spokesperson said, and the decision was made following a recent business review. Blue Point will officially shutter next month. The spokesperson further added that Blue Point Games is an incredibly talented team and their technical expertise has delivered exceptional experiences for the PlayStation community. We thank them for their passion, creativity, and craftsmanship. Oh, please save your thanks when you're upending the lives of Sony people and have fumbled the ball on Blue Point Games this hard. This is a company that Sony specifically acquired because their endeavors with Sony and PlayStation were so successful. Specifically, they were acquired in 2021 by PlayStation, and all indications seem to point to like a long-term partnership, especially after how successful the Demon's Souls remake was when it launched on PlayStation 5. And alongside that, they helped directly develop other, like, mainline Sony PlayStation
But then they
projects,
forced them
such
to
as
make
the
live
widely
service
successful
games and
God of
it
War
died.
Ragnarok. And prior to that, they would remaster or remake older titles like Uncharted and Shadow of Colossus, all of which were well received. This is a studio that has done nothing but be on a winning streak with their projects. People were straight up so excited to like contemplate what they might be
Survivors
working
is
on
lagging
next,
now.
what games they might be remaking, given how good of a job they've done with that particular genre. Blue Point is so renowned that, you know, a lot of people would be willing to trust them with projects like a Bloodborne remake if that were to make their way. You can tell where their talents and specialities lie, but seemingly not so with Sony and PlayStation, given that after the God of War Ragnarok co-development environment that Blue Point was dropped in, the next project that they were assigned was a God of War live service game that, oh yeah, got canceled on January of 2025. PlayStation said at the time that it was working with Blue Point to determine the studio's next project, and I don't know if there were some initial talks behind the scenes on what Blue Point might work on next, but I find it rather disingenuous for PlayStation to state that the reason Blue Point was shut down was because of a recent business review, except Sony and PlayStation set them up for failure. You had Blue Point, a development studio known for remakes and for helping with development of mainline Sony PlayStation titles, working on a live service game that they had no business making. A God of War live service, first of all, has no business existing. But then assigning that to Blue Point of all studios, and then when that got canceled, for Sony and PlayStation to do a business review after they set Blue Point up with a project that just didn't mesh with what that studio's capabilities were, and then looking at them and saying that their business performance just wasn't good enough after you made it that way is just so freaking egregious. Like, it really pisses me off and gets my blood boiling, because what a waste of a studio and talent for Sony to have acquired it in 2021, only for Sony to be the cause of its downfall and its eradication. Sony and PlayStation's mishandling of live services is freaking legendary at this point. I always refer to this tweet by Kami that highlights all of the live service games that completely fell apart over just the last year as of the release of this tweet, which was January of 2025. And yeah, I mean, you can see right here at this point, Sony and PlayStation have a graveyard of live services that were canceled or launched to great failure. Concord did launch, but I mean, 2 weeks after launch, they had to shut it down, issue full refunds, hundreds of millions of dollars wasted. Then you've got Bluepoint's God of War live service game that got canceled and likely in many ways contributed to the studio's shutdown after that business review that reviewed a business venture that failed because Sony set them up for failure. You've got The Last of Us live service game that got canceled. Spider-Man live service game got canceled. There was a Bend Studios one that got canceled. Twisted Metal, London Studios co-op game, Deviations multiplayer game, Payback, third-person Destiny spin-off from Bungie.
Canceled.
All of this got canceled
crazy.
within a year. The only successful live service release on the part of Sony has been Helldivers 2, and that was a live service that they weren't even really expecting to succeed because it was kind of atypical for a live service. It actually went for something that was kind of unique, except that's what you need to actually stand out from the pack instead of pursuing your generic trend-chasing projects. And after having purchased Bungie, they've got Marathon coming up, which is a project that's had its ups and downs. Recently, the feedback has been better because of all of the overhauls that Bungie enacted after the game's delay, and they've been showing off that overhaul, and people are a little more optimistic, but still it's up in the air because it's such a different type of game than what people want out of Bungie, it being an extraction shooter, and them kind of leaving Destiny 2 right now to die off in the dust from the looks of it. And then there's this Horizon multiplayer game from Guerrilla Games that was actually recently unveiled and announced, Horizon Hunters Gathering. You can see from the likes to dislikes ratio that people are not a fan of what Sony and PlayStation are pursuing here, with the art style not resembling anything that you would associate Horizon with how cartoony it is, with how it doesn't seem to take itself super seriously, whereas Horizon is actually a game series that does take itself seriously, and you know, just the stylization of this is just not in line with what people expect out of the Horizon series. So this is already not going down well, and it feels very tone deaf to what Horizon should be. And Horizon Hunters Gathering is very much akin to the same scenario that Bluepoint was stuck in the sense of, like, this is a traditionally like single player campaign focused studio, and they're being kind of shoehorned into this live service mold where they may not fit. Like, who knows, maybe Hunter's Gathering could have the potential to do well, but the initial reception has not been good. And there's such a dislike trend that tweets like these are kind of making the rounds, with Paul Tassi from Forbes saying, "We call this the BioWare, where you interrupt your well-liked single-player game development to make a live service." That's kind of what's happening to Guerrilla Games, with Horizon 3 still being ways off as a result of the fact that much of the focus at Guerrilla Games is being placed on this Horizon Hunters Gathering live service. And with Bluepoint, something similar happened, where there's a studio that should not have been working on a live service, but Sony had this big push for all major studios to try to attempt to work on a live service. Bluepoint tried with God of War. That, for whatever reason, got canceled. It didn't meet Sony standards, or it didn't feel optimistic enough, or enough of a good gamble for Sony to risk investing more money in that project. And I, for one, highly doubt that Bluepoint was the one who pitched, like, can we make a live service God of War game?
Yeah,
they were likely
they wanted
looking
to make
forward
a
to
live service,
working on something that they specialize in. But Sony and PlayStation, having acquired Bluepoint and being the bosses, kind of corporately dismantled Bluepoint by assigning them this project that was never meant for them. And so Bluepoint never truly got to realize their full potential as a subsidiary of Sony and PlayStation. If they had assigned Bluepoint the right kind of project that they could have thrived in, that's well within their wheelhouse, we wouldn't be seeing this news today. And instead, Bluepoint probably would have launched a game by now that probably would have gone on to do well and would have been incredibly well received. I just don't understand how they could have dropped the ball with Bluepoint this hard. When Sony and PlayStation announced that they were acquiring Bluepoint, it was among the most exciting announcements, among the most exciting acquisitions, because it felt like a match made in heaven. But instead of leveraging what makes that partnership work so well, Sony and PlayStation trying to force
That
something
subscriber
that just
just
never was meant to
lagging
be.
like crazy.
And the end result is the destruction of Blue Point. Like this right here is just a generational fumble, and people utterly cannot believe that this is the reality, that Sony would choose to go this route, that they would shoot themselves in the foot this much. And I think it further highlights the adverse effect.
But yeah, we're pretty much done with that one. We get the idea. They shut down Blue Point. Yeah, Prince Andrew got arrested. What the fuck is this? The hell he do?
Hello, guys and
The
gals.
first
Me, Moonhorn.
Epstein-related
It's a good day
arrest.
today. We've got the first Epstein arrest, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you heard me right. We've got a pretty huge arrest.
Okay.
Who do you think is busted, Muda? Well, ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea, this is Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
Damn.
This is a pretty huge deal, by the way, okay? This is the third child and second son of Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip. Now, this guy was born 19th February 1960, which is literally today. And of course, on his birthday, he has been arrested.
He got
ladies
arrested
and
on his
gentlemen.
birthday,
Yes,
damn.
Literally, you can see the Mercedes Benzes, the unmarked cop cars, apparently outside his home, where, yes, they actually did arrest him. Now, of course, this is not a joke. This is not a shock. This is, actually, it is quite a shock. But you can see right over here, right from the Thames Valley Police, they actually said they opened an investigation into the offense of misconduct in public office. So, as part of the investigation, literally the 19th of February, approximately 8 o'clock in the morning, they arrested a man in his 60s. So, you know, if we go back, just to clarify, he is in fact in his 60s, all right?
66,
yeah.
yeah.
This person was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. The man remains in police custody at this time. So they're not going to be naming the man as per national guidance. But also, remember, the case is now active, so case should be taken with any publication to avoid being in contempt of court. So they've applied all forms of care, I guess you could say, that the cops do. Now, obviously, look, while the US DOJ is kind of pussyfooting about in trying to think of arresting somebody, it's actually great to see this happen. Like I say, the only reason that I would even, like, make this video or cover this even further is if something actually happened. Which in this case, it actually did happen. Somebody did end up getting arrested, and it wasn't some Joe Schmo, right, who was like some tertiary enterprise in the Epstein thing that they could throw under the bus, they could arrest and make it look like a bigger deal. I mean, this is the, I guess, this is a prince. This is a huge person involved in this story. So obviously I looked into the charge myself over here at cps.gov.uk. You can do this yourself. Misconduct in public office. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just going to read the actual first paragraph to you. Misconduct in public office is a common law offense that can only be tried on indictment. It carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment.
Damn.
The offense concerns serious willful abuse or neglect of the power or responsibilities of the public office held. Now, I don't think that they're arresting him on, like, sex assault charges or, like, you know, human trafficking charges. I think those might be a little bit more difficult to prove. I think because of his unique position, and for anybody that doesn't know, Prince Andrew, from my understanding, was actually a, he was the UK Special Representative on Trade and Investment. And again, the big charge for this actually comes from him dealing with confidential information with people like Jeffrey Epstein while he was the, UK representative. Which, as you can imagine, sharing confidential information with somebody that you're not supposed to should, in theory, get you sent to prison. So that's a charge they kind of are going on, and I think that's probably the charge they're going to because it's the easiest to stick. Not to say that, they're probably not going to look into other aspects of the story. I think they will. There's a lot to go after. But I think because of the new Epstein drop that happened, they were able to identify this and say, okay, yeah, this is something that we can go after. And it only really came because of the latest 3 million file drop that came out. So to give you an idea of what was actually coming from here, what exact files, for instance, from the Duke to Jeffrey Epstein came the Southeast Asia visit report. So here you got a bunch of attachments, which are in these documents over here. So it's like, sir, please find attached the visit reports from Vietnam, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Shenzhen in relation to your recent visit. You are not supposed to be fucking sharing these things, okay? But the fact that these are being shared obviously is going to piss off the United Kingdom. So Epstein was using his connections with like some of the most top people in the world to, again, literally make more money. He was getting more investment. I guess you could say he was getting more information than the rest of his like competition, so to speak, in this game. And he was only able to get that because he was leveraging his connections with, you know, the fucking prince of the United Kingdom, right? Not a small connection, mind you.
Yep.
So again, there are actual other cases too involved into this. The reason we know about their connection is you can see that, you know, literally from the Epstein files, there was actually like Epstein and, you know, his fucking muse sitting around in Balmoral, again in Scotland. You know, there are photos of these people together in places that they were only able to visit because of their connections, you know, such as Prince Andrew. So again, to go further into it, Prince Andrew is not somebody that is, I guess you could say, totally squeaky clean. There have been photos with him and Virginia Joffrey, obviously, as you can see pictured right over here. And, you know, to further claim that this is real, there's actually been drafts written up by Ghislaine Maxwell, all the way to Jeffrey Epstein. Again, these are drafts. So you can see this with its own number, EFTA 02383976. Look it up yourself, read it for yourself. In this draft, they talk about how her, Alan Dershowitz, Prince Andrew have been subject to, over the last week, has become intolerable and breaches any justifiable sense of natural justice. If this bitch knew what natural justice was and hit her in the face, all right, that'd be a day worth seeing. I have never been engaged in any misconduct, as is alleged by, and again, the blank in this case is Virginia Joffrey, from my understanding. I have never abused anyone, yada, 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 yada.
He's never abused,
and of course, obviously in this, they do mention the connection over here to, you know, Prince Andrew. But again, I think the UK is more interested on that confidential, you know, information charge.
Okay, that makes us laggy now.
And it's the one that carries genuinely one of the most harshest penalties. Now, for all the people that say nothing ever happens, I can't really say the same over here. I think, you know, for people like Virginia Joffrey, who unfortunately isn't with us anymore because she died by taking her own life in April 2025. You know, there's victims in the story that, you know, have long left the mortal plane. They are, you know, currently out. They are, you know, living, hopefully, their best life in the afterlife. But for the people here on planet Earth who felt like, hey, there's nothing that's going to happen from this, I think it's huge to see an arrest happen, especially on somebody. Again, what's worse about all of this is seeing your power not only stripped away, but I think when they put the cuffs on you and they take you away to a prison cell or a jail cell, that comes, you know, with such harsh embarrassment, such harsh... It's what they say is a punishment in of itself. So to see people like, again, you know, the prince over here in this situation actually getting arrested, even again, if it's for sharing confidential information and not for, it's a huge deal. It's a big deal because it shows that at least, even if it's not, I guess, in the United States, which is, again, a punch in the gut, you would expect that justice should be doled out here as if it was, you know, just candy. But over in the other parts of the world where there's investigations taking place, I mean, remember the last time I talked about it, there were, you know, countries that were raising investigations. But in this case, it seems like the UK is sort of the first, I guess you could say dam-breaking moment where somebody has actually been arrested in this situation. So yeah, you know, Prince Andrew's been arrested. Whether this goes somewhere or not, you will only find out as time goes on, because as you can imagine, arrests, the prosecution, it does take its time. But I do think that because of how massive this story already is, because I mean, it's the fucking prince getting arrested, they're going to take their time. They're going to make sure that they get this right. Again, law enforcement agencies, when they get this involved, I think that they want to make an example of somebody and they don't want to have egg on their face. So they're going to make sure that this stuff sticks. They're going to investigate it. Again, just the arrest in itself is a big deal. Okay, the fact that this guy had the handcuffs, the guy was taken out of his home at 8 o'clock in the morning, you know, instead of telling the cops to screw off with his power and connections, is a huge deal. It shows that no matter who you are, no matter how big you are, no matter how connected you are, the rule of law applies equally to everyone, right? We've all heard of the rule of law, right? Nobody is above the law. So in this case, it's good to see somebody actually getting arrested. And not just Joe Schmo again, this is the prince in
I
the
don't know
United
about
Kingdom
that.
actually getting arrested.
What happened to all those
Huge
AI
deal.
companies who
This is
stole all
something that,
those
you know,
bucks and
everyone in
stuff?
the world is going to talk about. It's something that everybody is
That
gonna,
got
you know,
taken to
chat
court
about
and then they're
because
like, nah,
it's
they're
just that big
fine.
of a deal. Arguably, it's probably one of the highest
I don't know
profile
about that.
arrests we're actually going to see regarding the Epstein stuff. So,
The
yeah,
AI
ladies and
companies,
gentlemen,
the clankers got a free
Epstein
pass.
actually happened. Not just a small
For
arrest,
stealing all
mind
the stuff
you,
for training
an
data
arrest
and stuff.
involving a former prince. And again, may I remind you, the worst way to have your shit stripped. And again,
Wait, what did he say?
former prince. And again, may I remind you, if this charge sticks, the largest sentence he could get is life imprisonment. And if he does get life imprisonment, I mean, that is probably the worst way to have your shit stripped. And again, asking the rest of his family, like Prince Charles, for instance, he literally will say, and he has to say this, he of course he has to say this, he says that the law
Yeah, crazy budget
must
for
take
developing
its
AI.
course, right? So
They literally like
from that kind of a
freaking
statement, you
stole a
can't sit
bunch of
there and say
things
that,
and
you know,
got
they're
taken
just
to
gonna
court
try and
over,
push
and then
them
they were
out.
like, nah. The court sided with the AI clankers. They got the free pass, but if you were to go and do it, you got taken to court. Well, you're fucked. But apparently for the AI companies, they're like, nah.
No, they want to see an example being made. And I think that's a good thing to see. I think that's something that we should be proud of. That's something we should be happy for. And look, ultimately, I think this Epstein stuff has been incredibly blackpilling because, hey, we're talking about an international human trafficking ring. There's no jokes to be made here. There's nothing to say over here that, you know, I think the memification of this is something that is impossible for me to do. The more I see of it, the tougher it becomes to engage in that kind of stuff, because how do you meme something that is genuinely so sad and blackpilling? But again, to see somebody like this actually end up getting arrested by law enforcement agencies is a huge deal. So for all the crap that I think the world can give the United Kingdom, sometimes willfully so, hey, I mean, it's not perfect. We talked about, you know, the stop on what is it, like the Online Safety Act nonsense. Sometimes some good shit happens. So congratulations to the
Yep. Sometimes, but rarely. Okay. So are gamers cowards? What? What the hell is this one? Do gamers actually like video games? Oh boy. And it's sick of being blamed for failed games. What? Damn, we missed a lot of stuff. Don't trust Raycon? Yeah, I wouldn't trust I don't think I'll trust them if they need to like market like to a crazy extent to people. Alright, let's see. So are gamers cowards?
Hi, how you doing?
Alright, which one's the older one? Just in
Hey!
case.
Hi, how you doing?
This one
is
first.
Ryan, and welcome back to the Gamertron Show. An interesting gaming-related question just popped into my mind. And after
Okay.
much reflection and self-deliberation, I wanted to share it with all of you because I think it's kind of fascinating. How can one tell if gamers actually like a genre of games and not just a particular game in that genre?
Okay.
Let me expand upon this and provide some additional context. For decades, we have seen video game developers and publishers chase trends. When we see certain games blow up in popularity and success, we see numerous copycats come out of the woodworks. In the 80s and 90s, when Mario and Sonic were king, every other game company wanted their own mascot platformer. When the original Doom popularized the first-person shooter, we saw everyone and their mother trying to make a Doom clone. When Call of Duty Modern Warfare took over the world, every game afterwards either had to be a military shooter or cram in PvP multiplayer that was never originally intended to be there. When the original Destiny sold gangbusters, every game afterwards had to be a live service looter shooter. When Fortnite broke records, set new precedents, and became the most popular and profitable video game of all time, everyone, absolutely everyone, was making and putting out battle royales. We see history repeat itself over and over and over again. Something becomes popular, and then all of a sudden, everyone wants a piece of that pie. And yet, they almost never get it. There are countless video games
They all
that
want
were
it, but they never
obviously
get it.
trend chasing at the time. From the PvP multiplayer military shooter era, to the Battle Royale Blitz, we have seen countless video games be lost to the annals of history, forgotten, disregarded, shut down, unplayable. History just repeating itself over and over again, and in my research I could not find anyone asking the question, from the common gamer to the wealthy executive, is it the genre that's popular? Or just the game itself? Do people like Call of Duty because it's a PvP multiplayer military shooter? Or do people just like Call of Duty
because it's Call of Duty?
Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Do people like Fortnite because it's a free-to-play live service battle royale? Or do people just like Fortnite because it's Fortnite? Do people like Minecraft because it's a survival crafting game? Or do people just like Minecraft because it's Minecraft? Time and time again, we see AAA and indie developers step into the territory of these ultra-popular games, try to mimic them, but not even obtain a fraction of their success or popularity. That's not to say that many of the games in these genres that contain industry leaders aren't good games. That's also not to say that there aren't genuine fans of these particular game genres. There absolutely are. However, it's impossible not to notice the discrepancy in players and sales. I first noticed this and came to this realization recently after playing Painkiller 2025 and FBC Firebreak. These games are Left 4 Dead-likes, co-op horde shooters, with Painkiller taking some more obvious inspirations from Warhammer Vermintide, while Firebreak is clearly borrowing elements from Deep Rock Galactic. Having played and enjoyed both these games, I couldn't help but wonder, where were the players? Both these games aren't bad. They certainly have issues you can critique them on, but they're not bad games by any means. And you'd think gamers who enjoy the Left 4 Dead-like genre, the co-op horde shooter genre, would be all over these games. They're cheap and affordable, they offer free gameplay content updates, and yet both games struggle to hold substantial player counts. Which, I just want to interject here and point out, doesn't make the games unplayable or unenjoyable. You can play the games in offline single player perfectly fine. Please do not be dissuaded by the high player count equals good game fallacy. If you enjoy solid first-person shooting gunplay and blasting away hordes of enemies, I absolutely recommend these games. Anyways, getting back on track, after seeing the struggles of both Painkiller and Firebreak, I decided to do some research. I wanted to take a look and compare the all-time peak player counts of Left 4 Dead 2, Back 4 Blood, and Aliens Fireteam Elite. Seeing as how Back 4 Blood and Fireteam Elite were some of the most notable and high-profile Left 4 Dead-likes to come out in years. And I'm not gonna lie, the numbers kind of shocked me, with neither game even getting close to 100k players. With Back 4 Blood being marketed as the spiritual successor from Left 4 Dead from the creators of Left 4 Dead, and Aliens Fireteam Elite being a Left 4 Dead-like with the Aliens IP attached to it, yet neither of them even coming close to Left 4 Dead's peak player count? One can't help but wonder, do the masses actually care about the genre Left 4 Dead is in? Or just the game, Left 4 Dead, itself? And so, then I looked at game after game and genre after genre, year over year. And while there is certainly an observable pattern of trend chasing, there is also a pattern of volatility, unpredictability. Various video games in various genres exploding in popularity and success, with no previous precedents to even remotely guarantee the outcome. Through this chaos, it becomes clear that we can't keep treating video games like books, television, and movies. We try to pin down and pigeonhole genres, the assumption that these genres come pre-baked in with audiences and guaranteed return on investments into these genres. We see this with horror, romance, comedy, and action. But here's the thing. Once you consume these mediums, once you read a book, watch that TV show or movie, very rarely will you continue to partake in them over and over again for extended periods of time, over years even.
That is true.
Whereas with a video game being an interactive medium, and the inherent replayability that entails,
well, that depends. Some of them are not replayable,
can
or
just
not
keep
really.
playing the same video games that they enjoy over and over and over again and still have new experiences. Play the game on a higher difficulty. Play the game with different people in multiplayer. Install mods. Player community generated content that can change the game in drastic and interesting ways. There are so many games we can point to that are years, decades old even, and there are sizable numbers of people who are playing these games over and over again and investing hundreds if not thousands of hours into them. So, I believe that many, myself included, mistook the popularity and interest in particular video games for a popularity and interest in specific genres. Which is why now my opinions and perspectives have changed. I no longer believe that there will ever be.
I say, oh, that's their own problem, man. They let them fight it out and let them deal with it. I have nothing to do with it. The people there are crazy.
Or a game that will ever replace.
We were playing Denshattack at the start of the stream. Now we're just going through some of the React backlog. Because this has been piling up over weeks and I haven't checked it.
Halo. People just like Halo for being Halo. And the same applies to Destiny. I don't believe there will ever be a Destiny killer or a Destiny replacement. A looter shooter live service that captures people for years the same way Destiny did. People just want Destiny. They want more.
Oh, that's their own problem.
They like how Destiny looks and feels, not just live service looter shooters. I now actually believe that there isn't this genuine craving for Battle Royale. People just like Fortnite, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and Apex Legends for themselves, for how they play and feel, not the actual genre they're in. People enjoy those particular experiences, not just Battle Royale as a whole. I now honestly believe that the more people that come to this revelation, this understanding, will save themselves a lot of money and a lot of grief. I'm sure we've all known that person who's chasing after a nostalgic high, buying, trying, and playing all these different games that are somewhat similar to their favorite games, trying to find and reignite that same high, that same feeling they had playing their favorite games, only for time after time again to be met with disappointment, blaming the games for not giving them the same feelings they felt playing these other games, that there must be something wrong with the game itself, that it's poorly made. When in reality, perhaps you don't actually like the genre as a whole. You just like this particular game that happens to be in it. I encourage you, take a moment to reflect, look back, re-examine your previous gaming experiences. How many video game genres do you believe you actually really enjoy and seek out? You may end up surprising yourself. For me personally, there are a few genres that I am inherently interested in. Melee combat games, character action games, Souls-likes, shooters, third-person or first-person, boomer shooters. I also appear to have particular interest in games that mix shooting and melee gameplay. Like my top 5 favorite video games all have melee and ranged combat interwoven with each other. I definitely have a taste. I have a type. I can also admit that there are particular video game genres that I'm not really fond of, but there are particular video games in said genres that I do actually enjoy and quite like. For example, I will freely, openly admit that I do not like turn-based combat. It's a huge turn-off for me. But there are certain games with turn-based combat that I do really like, and some I'm even interested in. For example, Darkest Dungeon and Otherside. Love those games to bits. And I personally find them to be so much fun to play. And then there's Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I am immensely anticipating finally playing that game for myself, despite it having turn-based combat. Its iteration of turn-based combat actually looks interesting and exciting and flashy. I'd like to believe that I will enjoy Clair Obscur Expedition 33, even though I don't like the majority of turn-based combat in video games. I honestly believe that gaming discourse and hell, the wider video game industry as a whole, would be better off if we embraced and acknowledged our biases, our individuality. Everyone's also caught up with putting themselves in a box, putting everyone else in their own separate boxes, trying to find guarantees, patterns, ways to predict the future. Certainty. People want certainty. And I can't blame them. The world is a big, scary place where anything can happen. So having something, anything, be predictable, a certainty, it's a comfort. So we assume and presume, well, people liked this thing, so they'll obviously like this thing. But, like most things in life, context is everything.
Context is everything,
no one can one-for-one replicate the success of another. Sure, by all means.
I mean, you can turn up the difficulty. Because of all the difficulty modes, you can play it very casually. They straight up have a mode where it's just like, yeah, if you just want to breeze through the story and not care, they have that as their easiest mode. But if you want to really crank it, it gets a lot more difficult when you crank the difficulty up.
Like, chase your dreams, chase after the success you want in life. but temper it with moderation. Try to find a healthy balance between what you want and what you need. There's so many people that just want the success. They want the money. They want to have their desires fulfilled. But without that moderation of doing what you need to do, you can end up self-sabotaging yourself and others, and in the end, no one gets what they want. Oh man, I'm so sorry to get so overtly deep and philosophical here, but I hope you all can see how this applies. So please, share your thoughts, feelings, and opinions in the comment section down below. What do you think? What do you believe? Are these video game genres actually popular, or is it just particular games within them? Do you actually like these genres, or just certain games within them? Contemplate, then please feel free to share with the rest of us. Anyways, that's been a video. Thank you for watching. If you liked the video in any way, shape, or form, please be sure to hit the like button. Leave a comment in the comment section down below. If you want to help out and support.
Okay. Then we have this one. So are gamers cowards? Oh boy.
This is Ryan, and welcome back to the Gamertron Show. So,
what do you have to say now?
A question for you, specifically. Don't worry, it is gaming related.
Okay.
You see, I'm a curious creature. I just can't help myself.
What's
have
his question?
A craving for knowledge and information. So, if you don't mind indulging me and I have your consent, can I ask you, are you a coward? Now please, don't misunderstand me. I mean no malicious intent. This is simply a repackaging, a rebranding, a reintroduction to a topic that I have discussed several times over the years here on this YouTube channel. When I ask, are you a coward? I ask that in the vein of, in the context of, are you afraid to try new things? And in this specific case, video games, of course. Over the years, I have made many a video criticizing gaming pundits for the take that there's no good video games, that every year in video games
I mean, we just played Denshattack a couple hours ago.
There's a lack of creativity and
for 2 hours of the
and
stream.
when you actually investigate the individuals making these claims, they just so happen to only like and only play a very specific subset of games. Some new slang has hit the market describing these folks as ball and gun gamers.
What?
Niggas like balls and guns. See?
Okay.
This game got a gun. This game got a gun. This game got a gun. This game gun. I think this one got balls in it, right? They like square, gun. This one got guns in it technically. You fight the guys with the guns, but they got guns in them, and he shoots little spider balls. So this is a ball and a gun game. Gun. Guns and balls. Gun. Balls. Gun. Guns and balls. Gun. Guns and balls. Gun with zombies. Is this the first non-ball and fucking gun game on the list? It might be. I don't got no balls and guns in it either, so that's 2. Gun. So 18 of the top 20 best-selling games on PlayStation are ball and gun games. But you niggas swear that the ball and gun stereotype is not real. You niggas is lying. Somebody's lying. Somebody's lying.
For the longest time, hell, decades even, the same few video game franchises dominated in terms of both sales and discourse. Call of Duty, Battlefield, Halo, Madden, FIFA, PUBG, Fortnite. These were the games, these were the franchises that everyone else in the industry, both AAA, AA, and indie, were trying to replicate. Everyone wanted in on that exclusive club. Everyone wanted a piece of that oh-so-lucrative pie. And so we saw a multitude of different games, franchises, and even whole genres twist and contort themselves to try and fit this mold of what they believed general audiences wanted. Forced multiplayer in games that were originally single-player focused, microtransactions, loot boxes, battle passes replacing traditional progression systems. Everything needing to feel and move faster, everything needing to be more fast-paced. There can never be any downtime, there must always be constant, non-stop dopamine hits. Please do keep in mind, there's nothing wrong with any of these things in and of themselves.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Themselves. Implementation, execution, and context all matter on a case-by-case basis. The issue was the very obvious homogeneity and cynical intent behind said homogeneity. It wasn't about investing in or embracing a creative vision. It was about appeasing the money men. Trend chasing. I'm talking about trend chasing, obviously. However, it's not just the creators of the art and products that we consume that trend chase.
Okay.
It's also you, my fellow consumer, who trend chases. Ask yourself this, self-evaluate. How many video games have you purchased and played because you, just you, yourself, as an individual, were personally interested in it? And now, how many other video games have you purchased and played because everyone else was...
Let's see. How many? Do I check through my Steam library? Can I, like, look through it right here? Let me see. Because some of a large chunk of them were just included in bundles. We'll go with... Okay, wait, where's my phone? I don't know where my phone is, so I can't verify and log in right now. Let's see if we can let me in another way. No. Where is my phone? I mean, we could answer this question by looking at my Steam library. Let me just log into my Steam account on the web browser. The hell? I don't know, maybe? I have no idea what game that is. Alright, I'm just logging into my Steam account. Because he's like, how many? Because I wanted to, I mean... So, we got a bunch that I wanted to already, and that's just an app. I don't even remember what I did with that one. That was so long ago. I played that because I wanted to, that was because I wanted to, way back when. That one I wanted to, that one... Actually, well, some of these were because I was beta testing them, but I also wanted to try them. That one's because I wanted to. I wanted to play that one. 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 And that's just 3D Mark. I wanted to play that one. I did want to play this one, but this one sucked. I wanted to play that one. I beta tested that one. I beta tested that one. That one, I guess, is trend whatever. I wanted to play that one. This one's kind of a mix of both. This one was because I had friends that were messing around with it at the time. This one was, I tested it. That's just Wallpaper Engine. This one, I wanted to play that one. Let's see. Mega Man, I like this one. I wanted to play that 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 one. This one was given to me. I played this with some friends a long time ago. That one I tested for something back then. I wanted to play that one. This is not the one I actually did play and go through. I played the Chinese version. Well, that's not on this thing. That one I tested for something. I wanted to play that one, but yeah. That one I tested for something. I wanted to play this one. I wanted to play this one. I just tried this on a whim. I wanted to play that one, though. I wanted to play that one. I wanted to play that one. I wanted to play that one. I mean, most of them were, like, that I was seeing so far. I played it because I felt like it, because I thought it was interesting. This one was more of a trend one. But, like, it's a very small fraction of them. Right. I tried it, then, like, I wasn't really into... I was, like, trying fighting games around that time. I got it in, like, a bundle or something for cheap. But then, yeah. Alright. I wanted to play... This was a mecha shooter. I wanted to play that one. 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 I mean, this was a test for Stradova way back when. It was cool, but then I couldn't get into it. I played this one because I was like, I saw this something somewhere as like commentary for something, then I immediately wanted to try it, and then I tried it in the same stream. So we got that. I wanted to play more of this. I haven't gotten back to it. Issue was on my old graphics card. I was running into memory problems because VRAM wasn't enough. I have to get to playing more Stellar Blade at some point. Right. This one was because I was sponsored. I mean, this one we did it because of a joke. So, like, there was a time, actually, where I actually would do a thing. So, if you didn't know, the company that was doing the thing there, they were, like, hiring people to remotely do tests for games before released. So, you notice all the Neptunia games and stuff like that? Yeah, I tested a lot of them. I was, like, testing them on things. I got paid to test them. The same with this one. That's why I have this shit on here. No. Like, the actual game. They gave me the full key and everything. I got paid to, like, test them. This was, like, under NDA and stuff like that way back when. But, like, back when they were, like, getting into PC porting, for a couple of years, they would, like, actually, like, hire people to, like, test stuff. So I actually did that stuff back then. There was, like, a bunch of games I tested from them. I think I tested, like 12 or 13 games on, like, PC ports. They're on my Steam account, so I have, like, a lot of stuff from them. Like, there's that one there. Some of them didn't track properly because of... I was playing them before release and stuff like that. This was, like, months. In some cases, years plus. Because, like, I was testing them and stuff like that. But, like, I had them... and a bunch of them. Like, there was, like, another one from them. There's another one from them. There's another one from them. There's another one from them. Like, I had all the Neptunia games for, like, the longest time and a couple of their other things. This was, like, a long time ago. This is what I played because I wanted to. Right, let's go back to where we were there. That's why it's on my account. This one I picked it up as a joke. When I first got VR to try around with stuff. Because that's what it is. This one I played it because I wanted to. I originally played this game on the 3DS way back when. And then, like, oh, I realized, oh, they have a PC version. I wanted to play that thing. So there was that one. Same with this one. I mean, most of it is because I wanted to. Alright. This one I tried it on a whim. Didn't last much. That was a demo of something, a same thing. But yeah. I remember one time it was like with friends we were like trying Smite. And then like we just stopped after that point, so it's just like whatever. There is like a bunch of stuff there. I have like just so many things on my Steam library. This is what we just played earlier on stream. This shit was crazy. This one was fun too. Undefeated was fun. We'll wait for like the actual game for that one. I think I'm done with that. I'm not really that interested. This one again, I played it because I wanted to. This one, I haven't gotten to that thing yet. Some of them, like, I just haven't. I tried doing AD Best the Steam one, but obviously I'm not playing the Steam version. This is when I was, like, messing around on my other equipment. Just to see if I can get it working on Linux. I tried Black Desert years ago. Back when it was, like, a buy to play. And then I don't remember why I dropped it. I don't remember. But, like, yeah. We got other demos and other games there. Yeah, this was another game that I tested before as well for that company, that thing. That's another one of their games that I tested. But most of it was because I wanted to. There's like a couple because I was paid to do stuff with it, but a large chunk of it, and then there's a bunch that I haven't touched on this, on my Steam thing. That's just like, it's having issues loading it now. Oh, the Witcher 3 one. That's because it was. That was because at the time when I played it, I was mostly just using it, the Steam version, to back up my save. I used Steam for cloud saves because I was playing a different version at the time. Because it was like, there was a time where I was like traveling a bunch, and I was like mainly gaming on a laptop. And what I would do is I would use this, I would play the pirated version, and then I would use Steam to just be my cloud save transfer. So you'll have like a bunch of these games where like it's low, only a couple minutes. But that was because I would just boot in to transfer cloud saves. It was like a big brain thing I did. Because yeah, I would use it for cloud save backup. So what I would do is I would close the game, open the Steam version, get the cloud save, and then close that one. And then go switch to my other computer. Because, like, at that time, I was gaming on a laptop a lot of the time. The laptop I was using, and then when I would get home and stuff like that, I would be playing on my SLI 1080 machine. With a lot of those. So, like, for stuff I was doing that way. If otherwise, I was just mostly playing on a laptop and with a bunch of the stuff from back then. And then we're at the point where I haven't touched any of these games. There's a lot here I haven't just touched. This is just on my Steam library. I have more if we continue, if I was to open up my GOG and then Epic Game Store library, but Epic Game Store is just free games I claim. A lot of them I got them in bundles with a bunch of other stuff. Oh no, the Half-Life stuff, I had another older Steam account before, but then I lost it at some point around, I forgot what year I lost it, so then I made a new Steam account. But then the reason why I rebought all of them is because when I bought Portal again, it was just a bundle to buy everything from Valve. So I bought the bundle. But yeah. There's just so many games I just have here that that I've gotten from things. That like, yeah, I haven't played, or whatever. I thought why isn't the playtest of this thing tracked? I played this shit. We literally played this on stream for like 2 hours, like, last week. Yeah, for some reason, I rebought Persona 4 Golden on Steam. I played the shit out of this on the Steam Deck. I have not touched Persona 5 Royal yet. Eventually I'll get to it. But most of the time, a lot of the stuff is because I wanted to. And then some of them is just like, I rebought some stuff I played a long time ago, whatever, like Roller Coaster Tycoon, that I had physical copies of. But like, I got them for like dirt cheap on Steam, so it was just like, whatever, sure. But yeah. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff here. And then of course there was some stuff I got for free or whatever. And other stuff I played on other consoles or whatever too that I have. But yeah. I mean, I'd say for the most part it's because I wanted to. For the most part. There was a handful of stuff I tested because I was paid, but yeah. Anything on my wishlist? My wishlist is a mess. I have to sort it. I have to clear some stuff from it. And like deal with some other stuff there. Because I do have some things on there that I just do to keep track of things before, but yeah. So like, again, like I used to have like a bunch of consoles up until the Wii U, and then I have the Switch. There was the time I played a bunch of games on the Switch because it was, again, I needed to bring something portably, and it was like the better thing to bring. I had handhelds up to the Switch as well, all the handhelds, including things like a PS Vita and stuff. So a lot of the games as well, like some of the games in my Steam library, they were also on the PS Vita. Eventually they got Switch ports and stuff too. Some of them I played on my Switch, some of them I played on my PS Vita. Some of them I were like, the ones with like low play times, I was playing a pirated version on a laptop, and then I was just using Steam as the cloud save thing. Because part of it too is occasionally like Steam will check or whatever with our DRM. They will phone home, and sometimes I just wouldn't have a reliable connection to do that. So it was just my way of getting around it. Because like the only time I would need to transfer my saves across was when I was at home anyways. But yeah. That's when you saw like those like lower ones for some of those games. But then like with The Witcher, I would go back and forth a lot. And that's why it was like 60 plus minutes of just save transfers. It was just a funny big brain way to get around it. With the cloud save stuff. I would have the pirated version and then the actual Steam version. Mostly on PC, yeah. I pretty much like grew up mostly playing stuff on PC. So like, when I would be playing a bunch of games actually, this was like a thing where like, back when I was like really, really young, when there was like something wrong with the computer, and then it's like, let's say I was like playing on the PlayStation or whatever, the PlayStation 2, or the other consoles we had at the time, GameCube or whatever, Wii. When I was like really young, my mom would think it's like, is there something wrong with the computer if I wasn't mostly on the computer playing some of my games? Because like, yeah, I would mostly play stuff on the computer. Whatever computers I was going through at the time. When I was a lot younger. There's just so much I could do with it, and then I also would play with a bunch of mods in some games as well. But yeah. For the most part though, like, a lot of it was because I wanted to.
Was buying and playing these games because these games were popular, because they were mainstream, because they were viral, because you felt internally a sort of social pressure to buy and play.
Oh, but yeah, like, if we go back into that tab, actually, like, some of these games, I have, like, achievements and stuff from before they were released. Like, let me go and put in, like, what was a good example that I remember that was, like, a very, very long gap before it released. Let me see, for some of these. Some of the stuff just wouldn't get tracked properly, but, where was it? So I got some my achievements. Like, this is a good example, right? You see this, like, we're looking at June 2019. When did this game release? Wait a minute, that's impossible, right? How is this possible? Getting achievement on Steam. And like, these are valid achievements. Before game even released. Right, like how is that possible? Almost as if I was doing a playtest for it. And it's like that for like a lot of the things on there from Idea Factory, Compile Heart. These guys. I was like doing it a lot back then. That's why I have like a bunch of their stuff in my library. But yeah. I got a bunch of their stuff that way, but that was a long time ago.
Play these games because everyone else you saw was buying and playing these said games. Trend chasing, whether it be from the creator standpoint or the consumer standpoint, has been a bane on artistic mediums. And this isn't just video games, mind you. We can throw movies, television, and books into this conversation as well. A story blows up in popularity, sometimes naturally through good word of mouth, sometimes more manufactured, like through massive marketing campaigns. In the end, the fear of missing out kicks in, and you want to be a part of the conversation. You want to know and understand why everyone is talking about and raving about this said thing. Once again, to cover my bases here, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. There is many a piece of media that becomes popular because
You
it
play
has
for
some
the trend,
inherent
stick for the hype.
quality to it. A great
Eh.
many people like this particular thing because it's
I don't think I
genuinely
could
good.
really do
That's
that,
not abnormal or
honestly.
problematic by any means. However, I would argue that this becomes an issue when you let whatever is trendy dictate your media consumption. When the movies and TV you watch, when the books you read, when the video games you play are all based solely on a communal popularity contest, well, can you really blame anyone but yourself if you feel emotionally, creatively, hell, even spiritually unfulfilled and unsatisfied? Now, I'm sure some of you have already caught on as to what I'm getting at here, but for the sake of brevity, I'll just spell it out and get to the point. Challenge yourself. Please. Try something new. Try something obscure. Try something out of your comfort zone. It's why I ask, are you a coward? If so, what are you afraid of? Is it wasting your time? Is it not having fun? Is it disappointing someone? Are any of these the reasons you don't want to try something new? Well, kiddo, let me tell you. As a certified old man, as a 30-year-old unk, as someone who's already got one foot in the grave, let me tell you, that's life. Yes, you're not going to enjoy everything you try, but you won't know unless you try. If you're too afraid to try anything that doesn't have a universal public consensus, yeah, no wonder you're bored. Yeah, no wonder you're not having fun. Yeah, no wonder you're sad and longing for something. If you sit around waiting for the rest of the world to co-sign what you can try out and what you can look at next. Look, I can totally see and understand why something like skydiving, mountain climbing, or deep sea diving.
They find it was fun when they changed it from live service to buy to
Playing
play.
a video game?
Let's
say, for example, you are in fact the stereotypical ball and gun.
And then they released the
Call of
console
Duty,
version, didn't they?
Battlefield, Halo,
I remember
Madden,
hearing
those are
about
the
that.
only games you play on a regular basis. You've never touched, for example, a turn-based RPG like the OG classic Final Fantasy games. The idea of having to take turns during combat, manage your abilities and inventories for different characters, maybe it's intimidating for you, it's foreign. You're used to real-time aiming and shooting, instant reactions. Look, I get it, I understand it, because I was in the same boat. I can relate. For the longest time, based on my biases and preferences, I thought I could never like video games with turn-based combat. I thought it just wasn't for me. Based off my own personal experiences with a few turn-based games I had played
this
in the
guy
past,
should
I
try
had
the newer
written off
Trails
the whole genre.
games.
For years, I never touched them, actively avoided them. Then, there were two different games with very striking art styles, aesthetics, themes, and premises that caught my eye and
Yeah, you should try the Trails in the Sky remake.
Those games were Darkest Dungeon and Other Side. I knew both these games were turn-based, and that was admittedly a turn-off for me. But the more I saw of these games, the more of their visuals I witnessed, the more of their music I heard, the more gameplay I saw. Eventually, I decided, fuck it. I'm gonna take a leap of faith. I'm gonna take a risk. I'm gonna buy and try these games.
They call them cowards because most people won't bother trying other games.
Speaking to me, calling to me. Lo and behold, I end up buying them, playing them, and loving them.
Is this
That's
some
when
sort
I
of like...
realized I didn't actually dislike or not enjoy turn-based combat. I just wasn't fond of those particular games that featured turn-based combat that I had played in the past. For years, I had restricted myself from trying out and playing all these awesome-looking games out of a fear of, maybe I won't like it. Maybe I won't find it fun. Maybe I'll disappoint my friends if I play it and I don't like it as much as my friends do. All of these hypothetical what-if scenarios. All of this self-sabotage and self-imposed suffering because,
That's
God
one of the ones
forbid,
with like
I might feel a
the grid
negative
type
emotion
thingies
or
there.
discomfort for an hour or two. But you see, learning about, breaking down...
You know, this game here reminds me of like... I remember like way back in the day growing up, on like some of like the Best Buy special computers, right? You would have things like My HP Games if you ever was like an HP, if you had like an HP computer or whatever. This was like back in Windows XP, Windows Vista, Windows 7 era. I remember on like my uncle's computer when I would go visit his place or whatever. I remember like playing some of the games on there. They had like, it was just a reskin of like the Wild Tangent game launcher or whatever. And like one of the games I remember playing was like this SpongeBob game, and it literally had the same gameplay as this thing right here. Except it was just like SpongeBob themed. And then like there was like another one that I would like really like to play back then as well. It was called Penguins or whatever. And you just had to like just lead a bunch of penguins to the goal, but there was like all these crazy obstacles and shit.
Covering our internal biases.
But I remember like a long time ago playing some weird licensed computer game of SpongeBob or whatever that literally had this gameplay here. Didn't look like this, but like you had this whole grid thing, everything had like a specific movement or whatever. I did to pick in and stuff like that. Abyss is about to launch on the 25th. A failed NFT game, they acid flipped and became a gacha game. What the fuck? The fuck is this shit? The hell is this shit? Chain action RPG, what? Duke Nukem 3D. That's the oldest game you remember playing? I mean, all those games I remember playing were like stuff with like the NES and crap. Because I did play those games at some point, but like, obviously those things are way older than me. They're decades older than me. So this was supposed to be an NFT game or something? Bro, I'm barely in my 20s, man. Those games were decades older than me, but it's not like I never played a lot of those really old games at some point. Keep in mind, some of the stuff I grew up with, I had like game compilations on some consoles, right? I also like played at some relative's place an N64. Someone when I was like 3, apparently we had like I remember we had like a Sega Genesis in the living room, and I played the fuck out of the Sonic games on the Genesis, the original ones. But yeah, and then also I remember when I was like really young, I was like, what? I was still in kindergarten. I was like, we got a computer. I got to like make use of it, whatever. We got the internet. I was looking for like, wait, I saw we could play games on here. So I'm like, what other games can I go and play on here? And then I somehow went down the rabbit hole and I was installing fucking emulators for retro consoles by the age of 6 on the computers. So I was playing like some of the games I was playing too, because they were like free to get, because like it was so easy to find ROMs off of ROM sites and stuff. I was playing NES, SNES, Sega Genesis games, N64 games and stuff, Game Boy games and stuff like that. I figured this shit out. I'm like, I just wanted to play more games. That was my brain. My brain was like, oh, so like we have this pinball game here on Windows XP. What if I got more game to play here? So I was like searching up like games or whatever. I somehow found a really, really early version of Roblox. Back when you literally didn't even need to attach an email to your account to make an account there. But yeah. I mean, I was doing more than that. Let's just say I found out what a screwdriver is as well around that age. And there were a lot of things that I would take apart with the screwdriver because I was curious. But yeah. Chain action RPG? I don't know. The fuck is this? Where's the gameplay? I just see a bunch of... So where's the gameplay here? But like... I don't even know if I'll even bother if it's just gonna be another waifu cash grab thing. Is there like... What, like if there's like not really much else to it? Unless I get some other reason to bother. Oh, here. So that's just a character trailer. I mean, that's cool. Is there gameplay? These are just character themes. Where's the gameplay? Oh, wait, what? It'll be officially terminated on July 31st. Okay. They went end of service, whatever this game is. That was the NFT version? Okay. Well, oh, so it was some sort of NFT game. It went end of service and then they're re-releasing as a gacha game. Yeah, the whole NFT shit just was stupid. But, like, I knew it was stupid before NFTs were a thing. Because I saw what happened with the DAO token. And I lost a bunch of money because of that. Well, because of the DAO token, I'm like, yeah, of course. Though I made the money back pretty quickly afterwards. Early crypto mining boom days were nice back when it wasn't competitive. I think I lost like $200 or $300 because of the DAO token, but then I was able to make it back after the forks, stuff like that, and then selling pretty quickly. But this was like back in 2016, before NFTs were even called NFTs. But yeah, and then people are still getting scammed by Logan Paul. Yeah, they're just freaking dumb, man. I'm like, I saw what was happening with the freaking thing there, and I'm like, oh, this is the shit that's going on with the Ethereum blockchain, and this is the type of guy who's leading the project. I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'll ever trust any of these things ever. Because, like, yeah, well, it doesn't say it anywhere, they can just take away all your shit from the NFTs. They technically can fork away from it, and you just end up with nothing. Like, it is possible. And it's happened before. Okay. So you switch characters, you have a bunch of attacks and whatever, and then... This is for Android iOS. Alright, this doesn't really seem all that interesting. So you just have to go to another map this way. I see. Well, good luck with that. The whole thing is just a mess. So it's just like a stage through thing, you go into a bunch of characters. Okay. So it's just that game. That's cool, I guess. It's just a bit too basic for me, if I'm gonna be honest.
Preferences is an important life experience in and of itself, and in writing off
Unfortunately, a lot of them are. The stuff with the good intentions behind them are like very few and far between at this point. It's a whole different thing back when everything was like proof of work. Like for me, I was cool with it when it was all proof of work, but with how a lot of them are just proof of stake, that's what it's just a whole pyramid scheme. Because now there's like nothing backing it, but whatever arbitrary value people are propping up and selling to the next person. So like that's where like the whole thing is just like its own mess. As terrible as it is for the environment, all the energy wasted to keep proof of work around, at least you have the hardware, the physical hardware of people on the network backing it up. Which is at least something. When it's proof of stake, like what's backing it up now? Right. That at least that's my stance on the whole crypto mining stuff. But like, it was all cool when like it was just a bunch of small people doing it, but then the whole thing just like it's just like well, it's just dead because it got corporatized, and then it like kind of defeated the whole point of it. At least that's what my perspective on it.
Entire mediums, activities, genres, and subgenres, you are potentially robbing yourself of discovering what could be your next new favorite thing. Maybe you actually do like romantic comedies, but the couple films you saw in the genre just weren't for you. Maybe there is a romantic comedy out there that you would love and enjoy, but you won't know unless you watch some more. Maybe you're not a sports person. Maybe American football looks silly to you. But maybe, just maybe, if you see the boys, and or the girls, we don't discriminate here, if you see them tossing around the old pigskin, tackling one another, maybe join in. Go for a round or two, see what happens. So you only play Call of Duty and Madden, but this game called Claire Obscure Expedition 33 won all of these awards at the Game Awards last year. It's single-player story-focused, it's turn-based, it's French. You think to yourself, this is out of my wheelhouse. But I would ask, why is your wheelhouse so goddamn small? Renovate and expand the motherfucker. Maybe you've seen a weird-looking game on the Steam store page that's caught your eye, but you could never bring yourself to hit the purchase and install buttons. Maybe your friends gifted you some games on Steam and you've just never installed them and tried them out.
I did when I was in high school. Actually, because of PE class had us do it. No thanks. I'm good.
Out for fear, what if I don't like them? My friend bought me this game. What if I don't like the game he bought me? Tough titties, folks. Yes, maybe you won't like it. But if your friend is a reasonable person, they won't mind. We can't all expect each other to all like the same things. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't share our interests, our feelings, and
You're
our
better
passions
off
one
with
another.
gold at this point. Both.
There's always the possibility that you will see and feel the same thing someone else feels in their hobby or their passion. You can't just expect meaningful experiences, entertainment, fun to just fall into your lap. You have to be willing to seek out.
But for some things though, I remember back when I was in, back in PE when I would play sports in class when I was in high school and elementary school. Sometimes I would fake people out because like most of everyone would be like playing as if they were right-handed. I'm like, and I would just be like half the time I'm like, okay, I'm gonna play left-handed because why not? It was like a great way to fake people out whenever I was pitching or whatever. Just throw with the other hand and stuff. Be like, yeah, I'm just gonna use the opposite hand because yes. But yeah. FMV, what? What's an FM? What do you mean FMV? Full motion video, what? Oh, these games? Yeah. Guess not. I don't have any of these. Yeah, I don't recognize any of these things. I don't have any of these in my Steam library.
And experience new, experiences. I beseech you, do not let the fear
If it's just a video, then I'm like, why do I need to? Why is it a game then if I'm just watching a video?
Don't be a coward. I know you are capable of so much more. Life is.
I'm actually ambidextrous, yes. A lot of the time when I'm like working on or fixing stuff or repairing stuff, I'll use either hand, whatever is closer. Or depending on like which side I'm working on. So like if I'm like soldering stuff, sometimes I'll hold the soldering iron on my left hand, sometimes the right hand or whatever. Same with screwdriver, I'm like equally skilled on either hand. With the exception of writing, I'm basically ambidextrous. Though there are times where I've convinced a lot of people that I'm left-handed, because a lot of the time I'll just do stuff with my left hand. Because it's just whatever is more convenient. I'm like, oh, this is closer, I'll just use this hand. But like, I would throw people off back then. Because it's just a great way, easy way to win sometimes. By confusing the other person.
Far too short to be ruled by fear. Look, these past several years, I've allowed my friends to share with me their passions and interests, and I've been exposed to a variety of interesting experiences. Do I now all of a sudden love all the things they love? No. Your biases and preferences are your biases and preferences. Regardless, I still got to experience something new, see something new, hear something new, learn something new. My imagination, my mental and creative repertoire has now been expanded. I now have access to historical and cultural references, sources, and context that I never would have had otherwise had I been too afraid.
Yeah, I don't think you should be doing that with your hand when you're shaking someone's hand.
Afraid to try something new, to take a leap of faith. Experiences, regardless if they are positive and or negative, can be beneficial. I speak from personal experience. So I ask again, like I did at the beginning of this video, are you a coward? Anyways, that's been a video. Thank you for watching. I hope you liked the video. If you did...
But yeah, then of course, as well before, some people thought I was left-handed when I said, we should put the number pad on the keyboard on the left side instead of on the right side of the keyboard. And I'm like, you know, wouldn't it be a lot more convenient so then you don't have to let go of the mouse? Right? Wouldn't it be a lot more convenient to have a number pad on the left side, not the right side? It's just like the best place for it. Okay, Liza P congratulated HSR having 4.0 release. Okay. The rise of AA JRPGs. What do you mean I've gone too far? It's the best place for it. It is the best place for it.
If you look at the JRPGs that feel the most confident right now, a lot of them aren't the biggest releases. They're not ones with the longest trailers or even the highest budgets. They're the games that understand what they are and don't get stuck in analysis paralysis trying to reinvent the genre. For a long time, I only played AAA JRPGs where the spectacle and the graphics really caught my attention.
For me, honestly, I don't really play that many AAA, like the RPG stuff. Most of the ones I end up playing and liking are the ones that are not really the AAA ones. Because the AAA ones aren't really that interesting compared to the ones that are a lot more experimental.
But over the past few years, in an effort to make better JRPG content, I've been trying to consistently play more AA JRPGs that have that cult-like following. Throughout this journey, I've been slowly realizing that bigger isn't always better. Some of the most consistent and satisfying
perceived quality is my bet. Right? Not actual quality, but perceived quality is what they're on. Right? They're like, a lot of people are too focused or like too looking too much at like the high budgets and all the flashy stuff. But then they forget what else is there under when you get past the surface. Because a lot of them, it's like it looks like they might have a lot going on, but then when you start looking into it, if you really start looking into it and hyperanalyzing it, they end up falling short, I guess. But yeah.
Experiences are coming from the middle. Now, my last few uploads, I talked about what pressures modern JRPGs are under,
So I wanted to make a video to talk about things that are actually working well. The AA space that might not have the biggest marketing budget, which really stops these games from getting the attention they deserve. These JRPGs are quite...
I mean, that's what everyone's using at this point. Like, what is DLSS, right? Right, DLSS 4, DLSS 4.5 especially. Like, we're literally just using our trained AI model to upscale everything. It's Final Fantasy's fault. 15-minute anime quality cutscene every 2 minutes. No one could keep up. Yeah, I've only played one Final Fantasy game though. That was 7 Remake. I didn't exactly like 7 Remake. To put it lightly. I mean, some of them support DLSS now. But that's its own other thing.
Quietly taking over the genre. For a long time, the JRPG conversation has been dominated by the heavy hitters of the genre. The games that have to represent the genre every time they show up. Those games, you know, they get the most attention, the most scrutiny, and honestly, the most pressure. Every new entry has to justify its budget and attempt to expand beyond the genre in order to even be deemed a success. But while all of that has been monopolized in the mainstream conversation, AA JRPGs have been quietly building in the background. They're not dominating any of the headlines. They're not trying to reinvent the wheel with every release. But what they are doing is shipping regularly and sticking to their identity and slowly creating that trust with their audience. Now, I may be late to this party, but I finally understand how these AA JRPGs are building these cult-like followings.
Yeah.
They're really doing what franchises like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest did for us when we were younger. These games aren't asking for permission to exist, and they don't feel like they're trying to appeal to everyone at once.
Yeah.
They feel like they know exactly who they're for. If someone likes Octopath Travelers 1, you can confidently recommend them Octopath Travelers 2 or 0 because they're not trying to offer you a different experience with each entry. You'll see that confidence and continuity show up in small ways, like how different systems carry over between games instead of being reset, or how mechanics feel more deliberate rather than overextended. And these games may seem like they're smaller in ambition, but it's mainly because their ambition is focused on key points. In my video about JRPGs targeting the wrong audience, we discussed that as JRPG budgets have ballooned and climbed, and the development timelines have stretched, the cost of failing has risen significantly. AAA JRPGs just have more eyes on them, which comes with more expectations and room for backlash, and that also creates that hesitation to try and innovate or experiment with new things. AA JRPGs don't live under that same weight and pressure. They don't have to sell millions of copies to be considered successful, and that lets them commit to systems and long-term ideas. But I think more importantly, it allows them to commit to an audience that already knows what they're showing up for. I used to think that when people talked about some of these less popular JRPG franchises, they did it to be pretentious or try and gatekeep the JRPG genre, or to be holier than thou and trash people who enjoyed the genre for the more mainstream entries. But now I understand that it's the result of a genre that's been squeezed from the top, and the games that found room to breathe in the middle have been consistently showing up to deliver and cultivating their fan base to love every entry. So they're not talking about these to be pretentious or gatekeep. They just really have that die-hard love for the franchise, and they feel like more of these games deserve a chance from the mainstream audience, so that way they can find the same love that they have. Now, the reason that these AA JRPGs are able to show up to their audience so consistently is because it comes down to several things that they don't have to deal with. AA JRPGs don't carry the same expectations before anyone even presses start. They're not like launching with the assumption that they need
Sengoku Rants? What is that? What is this? I mean, I guess. Some Goku period game. Reach Eastern Continent. I mean, these. Okay. I mean, I guess. You got Oda Nobunaga. Is this like some other, like, something based off of Nobunaga's ambition or something with this guy or whatever? Okay, I mean, I guess it would count. Is this some, like, really, really old game that's just getting re-released on Steam? I'm assuming maybe from, like, early 2000s? Like, early 2000s, late 90s? Or something? I'm assuming? Okay. So it's some sort of game based around Sengoku period, and I'm looking at the thing here. I'm like, yeah, this is probably some really, really, really old game that's just Intel Core 2 Duo. Yeah, we're talking like Core 2 Duo and shit like that here. This is some ancient ass game that's just being re-released on Steam. Okay. But I guess that would count. I don't see why I wouldn't.
Need to win over people who don't even like JRPGs in order to be deemed a success. They're not expected to be someone's first, second, and third impression of the genre all at once. When a game doesn't have to just appeal to everyone, it doesn't need to simplify itself and sand itself down. It can assume a baseline level of interest and just get on with what it wants to do.
I see.
It doesn't need to panic if a mechanic takes a few hours to click.
One of these days I actually want to try to play through some of the Atelier games. I had a friend like a long time back who was really into these. But like, yeah. I tried to play Yumiya last year, but then it was just unplayable on my 37 day. And I basically refunded the stream I tried it because it was just unplayable. It's probably fine on my machine now that I have the 5070, so we have more VRAM, but maybe one of these days I'll go back and try it again.
Because there's that implied trust there, not just from like the player to the game, but from the game back to the player. And when you build that trust up over time, it really changes how much room the developers have to commit to an idea. AA JRPGs also just don't launch under the same microscope that AAA ones do. They're not getting picked apart frame by frame the moment a trailer drops, or being weighed against every other major release of the year outside of the genre. And that lower scrutiny really affects things a lot more than we think. If they want to tweak a system and it's received poorly, it's not treated like it's the end of the world or there's some type of franchise crisis. They're allowed to open a game slightly slower or test maybe a niche idea without it being shot down as a waste of resources. Now, sometimes that niche experimental idea can evolve into something bigger or be the unique mechanic that catches everyone by surprise and sets the game apart from other things that are on the market. It doesn't have to just be in gameplay mechanics either. It can also show up in the form of an art style or a method of storytelling. Mistakes still happen, but they are allowed to just be mistakes because there isn't so much pressure to deliver. Because of that, these games can afford to think long term. A lot of AA JRPGs are allowed to build forward with systems that get evolved and refined instead of being abandoned if they don't hit on the first try. And that's why these games tend to feel more confident mechanically. AA JRPGs don't need every decision to land perfectly on the first try. So that allows them to take several smaller risks and more often test new things instead of swinging for the fences once every six or 7 years, hoping that it connects. This allows for the team to understand their limits and work creatively within those while still trying to slightly push them forward with each iteration. They're not spending a ton of time fighting against expectations that they never asked for. Now, none of these things make AA JRPGs better by default, but it does explain why these franchises have a constant drip of new releases and how they're able to commit to continuously making new games that don't entice people who don't normally like JRPGs to begin with. They're not thriving because they're avoiding ambition. They're thriving because their ambition isn't being stretched in like 10 different directions at once.
Okay.
That commitment to a focused direction allows for them to create something truly special for their audience and grand in scale, even at times when they're not trying to be. Now, if that last sentence sounded a bit abstract, Trails is probably the easiest place to see it play out. Because on paper, Trails isn't trying to be massive in a way that people usually define it. It's not chasing photorealistic graphics or creating a marketing frenzy or spectacle with every release. Individual entries aren't trying to reinvent the genre every time they release either. And yet, when you play through the series, it just feels so grand in scale. And now I don't mean scale in terms of a technical sense, but because of accumulation. They continue to deliver what their core fan base wants, while also incrementally improving on things based on feedback. I've finally gotten around to playing Trails in the Sky first chapter, and Falcom's really found the perfect balance of maximizing what a AA game can be with their new engine. This in itself is just going to allow the Trails franchise to swing for the fences and begin accumulating an even bigger audience.
I'm really hoping they go through all their stuff again with the Sky remake engine.
With this first chapter, second chapter, third chapter remake.
I hope they like bring in the crossbow stuff with that too, and then redo Cold Steel. Cold Steel 1 and 2 are like really, really rough to go back to. Because they're so dated as they were from the, you know, early 3D games era still, I would consider it, with like them being PS3 games and PS Vita games. In terms of like their scope and stuff like that. They are not the best looking games out there. And they have that look that early 3D games have, where it's just like, well, in the awkward period, I would say. But yeah. The oldest on YouTube, you don't know, you could dance, the model was wait, oh, you mean you saw one of those videos? Yeah. My model has legs because it's a 3D model. I was using the other software that I have. It was just like one of the pre-animated dances I could just put into my model that I made it do. But yes. It can, just not on this setup here. If I use 3T, I could make it dance, but yeah. How you mostly play anime RPG? For me, it's still like a mix of all sorts of things. A lot of it is mostly anime RPG stuff as well now. But though a lot of it is because I'm spending a lot of time with like the live service stuff. To go and claim stuff or whatever, but like, honestly, a lot of the time it doesn't even feel like I'm really playing them when I'm doing stuff in them.
Thing is though, I doubt that building a massive audience was their intention when they were designing this new engine.
I don't have enough, like, I don't have space set up so I can do VR stuff. I still have to like clear things up and like still assemble a bunch of new shelves and stuff like that. I still haven't gotten around to it. And getting things like organized so I can even have space to do VR stuff. I have my old VR equipment somewhere, but it wasn't with that. Though I wouldn't be able to track all that stuff with the equipment I had, because it's just a first generation Oculus Rift with the camera trackers for the whole room. Those are still mounted somewhere. The camera trackers are mounted, they're not hooked up to anything. The VR headset is put away somewhere, but yeah.
They just kind of put their head down and kept creating a better experience for their core fans, and it's paying off, with Falcom reporting a massive profit spike following the remake. I know in recent videos I highlighted the issues with JRPG remakes, but I'm here to report that I'm still part of the problem. I can call a spade and still be part of the problem. Trails in the Sky first chapter is the first Trails games I completed a few nights ago, and I'm 1000% on board to finishing this arc as they release new entries, and I'm even considering finishing Trails Through Daybreak while I wait. Now, I know nobody asked, but Olivier is easily my favorite character, and I hope that he plays a huge part in future chapters, but no spoilers.
I mean, he does.
There's no spoilers, please. But when it comes to Trails, characters are carried forward, and political issues can span across several games. Side characters aren't just disappearing after they serve their purpose, they're sticking around. And so when I see characters that are referenced 5 games later, when I play Trails Through Daybreak,
that's not 5 games later. That's way more than 5 games later. That's like what? Like at this point, Trails Through Daybreak 1, that's like 10 games later. If we're going by Sky first chapter. If we're going by End of Sky the Third, then sure, that's 7 games later, but still.
and they still remember what happens in the first arc. It's a subtle nod, but it really hits. When a region you visited years ago becomes relevant again, it changes how you think about the world. It stops feeling like some type of backdrop or just a setting, and it starts feeling like a place that exists with moving parts that continue to move with each game. If you watch One Piece, that's what the Trails franchise feels like. And that kind of continuity is hard to maintain when every release has to be a jumping on point to try and appeal to a wider audience. Trails doesn't operate under that pressure. It assumes that you're willing to at least try and meet it halfway. So it's not constantly pausing to reintroduce itself. It continues to build up its plot.
I mean, if you want to, they always include summaries of previous entries in the games as well, to just read up on if you really feel like doing it.
Instead of restarting. And you're able to jump on at the beginning of each new arc, like Trails of Cold Steel or Trails Through Daybreak. But with them remaking the beginning of the franchise, they're also going to overcome the hurdle of not being able to start from the beginning. You also see the same continuity in how the systems evolve. Combat isn't getting scrapped and rebuilt every entry. It's being shifted and refined and continues to layer on top of things. The part I enjoyed the most about the first chapter is learning the orbment system for the first time in detail. Now, it took some outside reading to really click, but once it did, I was hooked. I wanted to experiment with different things with my character, see if I can get this art equipped, understand why this person is a better mage as opposed to this one. And then when I compare it to Trails Through Daybreak, I can see how that system has gradually been redefined and iterated on every entry to make sure things are never stale. That steady growth creates a sense of direction. Even when it's not explosive changes, it's still moving forward. And all of that are what makes these games feel big. It doesn't have to be the biggest marketing budget or the best graphics, just a commitment to constant improvement. While this is specifically about the Trails franchise,
I'll be alright.
With a few exceptions, a lot of these same things can be said for several other AA franchises. When a series knows it can keep going, it doesn't have to compress everything into one definitive game. It can let stories breathe with arcs that unfold over time instead of just rushing to resolve every single thread. You don't have the pressures of trying to make the loudest impact in a single release. You're able to trust that the audience is going to stick around long enough for that payoff to matter. And that's something that AA JRPGs are uniquely in a position to do right now. They just have to keep showing up for people that are already invested, and over time, that consistency is going to become the memories that we got while we were younger, except for the world feels much bigger because it's allowed to persist. So when I say AA JRPGs are starting to feel bigger, I'm not talking about budget or production value. I'm talking about the kind of memories that they leave behind. And that might be the most important thing that the genre needs at this moment. With AAA JRPGs having crazy development times and an expectation to satisfy a wider audience, something has to exist in that void between releases. That's where AA JRPGs are quietly stepping to the center of the stage. AA JRPGs don't have to replace AAA titles or save the genre, but they do give it a little bit of breathing room. It's easy to assume that the future of JRPGs depends on the success of these big projects, but right now, some of the most forward movement within the genre isn't happening at the top. It's happening in the middle. People are actively asking for Final Fantasy to reel it back in and bring things down a little bit, put in a little less effort in order to release more often. The future of JRPGs really belong in this middle ground. Take Unicorn Overlord for an example. Unicorn Overlord exceeded everyone's expectations in 2024. They did that without chasing the mainstream audience. They did it by committing to an experimental take on a tactical JRPG that landed. Vanillaware continued to workshop ideas with their signature art style, and they landed on something that feels special and expandable. It feels like the studio is saying, this is our lane, and we're going to continue to push this lane as far as we can take it. This combat framework is really something they can build on or continue to reuse like the Fire Emblem franchise, and the identity's clear enough for them to continue iterating on this formula with Unicorn Overlord 2, 3, or however far they decide to take it. You get that sense that this isn't just a one-off swing. It's really the beginning of something that can grow if it's allowed to. You see a similar kind of groundwork with Digimon Story Time Strangers, another JRPG that took everyone by storm. They even did this in an era where people keep complaining that turn-based combat is dead. The Digimon Story franchise has never had the budget or spotlight of the biggest JRPG franchises, but after years of iteration on the Digimon Story formula, it looks like they found a recipe that sticks. Now, these may feel like games that popped up out of the blue with immediate success, but in reality, their success only happened because they were given that space to iterate. They were given the luxury to make something good, learn from it, and come back stronger without being told that the first attempt didn't move the needle enough. When a series is allowed to grow that way, the ceiling rises over time, and then eventually, one day, they're going to get that chance to swing at a home run and hope it lands. That's how something that starts mid-budget can eventually start to feel expensive. Not through scale on day one, but through steady iteration. The biggest projects in the genre will always grab people's attention, and they're going to always define the era, but right now, we're seeing an era where AA JRPGs are rising to the forefront after years of iteration, filling the void left by mainstream JRPGs. That being said, the future of JRPGs may no longer belong to whoever's spending the most money. It's going to belong to whoever shows up consistently and continues to keep building. Thank you for watching the video till the end, and if you enjoyed this—
Yeah, that was a good video. Okay. Which one was that one? Here. A diabolically evil gacha company? What is this? Okay, what's this one?
Have you seen ads made by this company recently?
Oh, is this one just like a bunch of licensed stuff?
If you watch gaming content on the platform, specifically mobile or casual gaming, you've likely come across these banners or
I haven't seen any of them, no.
Tacky mobile game adverts come and go constantly, but ads for games made by one specific company might be something you see every day without even realizing it.
Okay.
Look around the screen, you might have even gotten one on this video. G123 is a Japanese mobile gaming website that boasts having games set in some of the most popular anime series. A lot of the ads you see by them will generally have some raunchy art to pique your interest, but like the majority of mobile game ads, they almost never show a frame of gameplay footage, since many people will immediately back out when they see it. But what happens if you actually click on those ads? My name is Psyche, and today, among the sea of low-effort cash grabs, I want to cover the gacha games that's featured on G123's site, explain what I believe to be their predatory business strategy, if those games are any good, and why, in my opinion, G123 is a textbook definition of what a diabolically greedy gacha company looks like. So the main selling point of the games here is that they're all flash games with no download required, does not require account registration, and you can download their app to easily switch between the games on the go. Of course,
Okay.
everyone knows that free games tend to be the most expensive, and once you see
Yep.
the actual gameplay content, you'll soon realize that there's probably a reason for the games to be this accessible. G123 is a Japanese company, but their site also offers languages for many other countries, the Americas included, which explains why you'll see their ads every now and then. Their site boasts containing games set in some popular anime series, and I historically have a bias against IP-based gacha games because it's meant to use the
Understandable.
emotional connections fans have with the series to sell its products to you. Getting all these licenses must not have been cheap, but as we'll see in a bit,
Yep.
while the bulk of the budget was spent on getting the licenses to use the different anime properties, the remaining morsel of budget was actually spent on developing the game. Let's descend into madness with the first title. The first one I chose was Goblin Slayer Endless Hunting.
Okay, Goblin
In case
Slayer.
you don't know, Goblin Slayer is a light novel series that involves having a masked knight slaying goblins. That's basically the whole premise. The only bit of mainstream fame it got was when the first episode of the anime aired in 2018, and there was an actual rape scene. Except this is an
Yep.
anime for general television. From someone that actually watched the first season back when
I mean, hey, you want actual crazy shit for general television? Look up Nuki Tashi. That one is crazy. That was the crazy one that was on general television, at least in Japan. Apparently. Freaking Kadokawa or whatever. Like, greenlit that and shit. Of all things.
when I was into anime, it's otherwise a fairly average
But, like, Nuki Tashi just takes things to a whole different level where it's just like, oh, I guess it's just like so much that you just get desensitized to it all.
series that relies on shock factor and fan service. But hey, maybe the light novel is better. Anyways, opening the game, you get a low bitrate cutscene giving you a rundown of the game world. Then you're just immediately thrust into the
Okay.
idle gameplay. Not before a pop-up ad though. I don't know about you, but this doesn't look like a Goblin
That's not Goblin Slayer, that's Dragon Maid.
Slayer to me. You'll notice a similarity with the
Bruh.
games here, but most of them are idle games where you click buttons and boost stats. The main lobby is you auto-attacking random enemies, and you can head into a farming stage where auto-battle for more rewards. Your avatar will do everything, like walking to the enemy locations, picking up the loot drops, and exiting the level once it's done. As you'll soon see with a lot of the games here, the overall quality of them are questionable, you could say. The same generic
Yeah.
upbeat music, the same voice lines over and over again, cluttered UI where basically every action you do leads to the cash shop. The game will guide you towards the tasks you should be doing next, like auto-battle the next stage, farming for a certain material once, recycle gear, and so on. Once you get enough into the game, you can employ other adventurers to help you in the party. There are a lot of ways to beef up your units. A lot of them will be shown to you as in-game tutorials, except the majority of those ways are either time-gated or can be expedited by paying. You want to sweep the stage? You need to spend the premium crystals for that. You want to use your resources to auto-level your character? You need to increase your VIP level for that. Want to recycle
Okay.
all your useless gear in one go? Same thing, need to be a VIP, so get used to clicking away recycling gear one menu at a time because the game intentionally
Bruh.
introduced a problem that you had to pay to get rid of. It's a classic mobile game trope to clutter your screen with menus, but even ignoring that, the game clearly has not had a thorough quality check. The background art is just a static image, because when your avatar walks into an archway, they just go right on top of it. You basically
Damn.
just jump straight into the action. There's no
That's
story
crazy.
mode in this game as far as I can tell. And aside from the 2 voice lines each character has, that's probably taken straight from the anime, there's no other voice acting, not from the NPCs or any narrators. A trend you'll notice is that these games will have PvP, so you get a sense of pride and accomplishment from beating other players when you wail. You kinda just go up to another player while they're slaying goblins, which is kinda counterintuitive if you ask me. Like, shouldn't you be fighting them together? But I guess they didn't want players playing as goblins. It was genuinely impressive how many different beginner and consistent cash deals the game threw at you, even when you're nearly as 10 minutes into the game. From VIP loyalty programs to bonuses when you top up a certain amount of times,
Bruh.
to multiplying the rewards you get in-game if you spend premium currency. Though I gotta say, the game does make a convincing argument sometimes. An opportunity of a lifetime is not an easy thing to come by. I'm not sure what drove me to play this
Sure.
game for more than an hour, but I think I just wanted to see if the cash deal pop-ups would eventually fill up the entire screen for maximum funny. All in all, the only hunting happening around here is the endless hunt for your wallet. This should give you some perspective of the stuff we're dealing with here. So on to the next entry. Queen's Blade Limit Break is based on the anime series of the same name. Admittedly, I have not watched it, but judging from the ratings, it's a fairly mid show with a lot of fan service. Going into the main menu, your beautiful warriors, as the game calls them, are busy duking it out, and just like endless hunting, it's also an auto-battler. You'll assemble a team on a grid and have them do turn-based combat. You can't control anything though. They will take turns attacking, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be some degree of team-building aspects when you really get into it. You do the main campaign to increase the yield for your passive resource generation, and perform upgrades in a similar vein like in the Goblin Slayer game. You use 2 currencies for leveling, then a third one for limit breaking past a certain breakpoint. Going into the homepage is where the floodgates open. I was trying to click on where the tutorial was guiding me, and the 2 banners with limited deals were so intrusive that before I realized that you can collapse this tab, I had trouble clicking on the menu button behind it. There's everyone's favorite red exclamation marks on every button. This one's so important that there's 2 of them. You'll definitely start noticing the flash sales thrown at you, from daily logins to battle passes to VIP loyalty programs. However, we can't forget about the gacha system. From what I understand, there's actually 2 of them, and while I don't fully get the rules, this game seems to rely on you pulling dupes to make certain units stronger. So here's the thing I notice about gacha games, particularly in how they're marketed. I feel like I'm calling out every gacha gamer ever, but people that play these games like to pull on the gacha. Even extending outside G123, a way that a lot of gacha games market themselves is that you get a lot of pulls when you start playing. Many of these games understand that the game itself might be extremely lacking in quality, but
they always front load a lot of them, and then once you're stuck in there, you keep swiping.
Newcomers with pulls is a good enough incentive.
I mean, that's just what normally happens.
It's true that you do get a lot of pulls, it's just that its actual upgrade system will literally require you to pull more characters to make it further into the game. The weirdest thing I saw in the game was where you can negotiate the pricing of some of the packs. Actually, these requests are literally what the world chat consists of. There's almost no other messages. I tried clicking on the other players' names, and the game actually said that it discounted the prices for them. From the screen, you can see that players are getting away with buying these packs for as little as 15 cents. This plays on fear missing out that maybe you'll be that one lucky soul the next time, just that you have to wait a little bit longer. It's like those games that alert you when one of your friends just pulled a rare character. It's a case in psychology called availability heuristic that you'll start making mental shortcuts to believe certain events are more likely to happen even though it has no impact on you. It's kind of like believing that you have a higher chance of winning the lottery.
I mean, here, your odds of winning this lottery right here, Lotto 649, right? You gotta guess 6 unique numbers between 1 and 49. That's roughly 1 in 15 million odds. Who cares who wins it? Your odds are always going to be the same, unless you buy more tickets, each having unique numbers on them. But, like, the reality is, though, like, how much does a ticket for this thing cost? Right, it's like, what, $6 or something? $5-6 or something per ticket? With how, like, you're just gonna be losing money if you were to buy every single possible combination. Obviously. But yeah.
When you see someone else wins it. Generally, a lot of the mainstream gacha games don't pull this kind of stuff because it's just too much of a mobile game trick. But anyways, aside from some generic looking designs and listening to the same voice lines, you can probably tell that this one is also a low effort money sink to get those either attached to the franchise or unsuspecting tourists to hook them in. With the next entry, I did try out something a little different. Game of Thrones Winter is Coming. You'd think that a show like this would be published by a Western developer, but nope. Supposedly, it's made from a company from Singapore, and G123 happens to host it on the site. It's advertised as the series' first browser game. I'm not too sure how big Game of Thrones is in terms of an Eastern fanbase, but it is also available on the Japanese commerce site DMM. Also, this game is actually on Steam, except, it's flooded with fake reviews. They all have exactly 1.9 hours of playtime and throw complete gibberish to get around the bot censors. The weird part is that if you're gonna do that anyways, why even balance the ratings to mixed? You could have just flooded it with positive ones. In this game, you play as everyone's beloved Game of Thrones character, Chris. Shout out to Chris.
Okay, Chris.
You're guided by some lesser important characters on how to manage your base and prepare for winter. Okay, I have watched the show, it's just been a very long time, so I barely remember the names. You're promised that a powerful dragon will soon hatch and come to your aid. But first, you'll need to complete the first 5 chapters in the tutorial and wait 30 minutes. As an addictive hook, this was certainly something else. You're told that you'll get an insane power-up as long as you play the game for 30 minutes. This Baldy says that he will join your party but needs some time to arrive, and you can get him when you log in 7 hours later. Another hook to reinforce a second login on the next day. This game is a generic base builder with some extremely subpar graphics, but I guess that's to be expected with browser games. You have to construct and upgrade buildings to be more efficient to provide resources and maintain your troops. All of these processes take up real-life time, but as you guessed it, you can speed it up by buying these time skip tokens. I went ahead to play this game for around an hour, except I wanted to see just how powerful this dragon that was promised to me truly was. The game will give you a few freebies in upgrading your structures, but you'll eventually have to face those 1-hour timers, which force you to stagger out your logins in weird hourly intervals. Once you train your troops, you can do an auto battle mode where you command them into a skirmish. Every commander has their skill that works in a certain way that you can use. It's a real-time strategy gameplay loop, but just extremely simplified. Also, there's an auto mode with double speed, so you don't have to use any part of your brain. It's not a generic base building without player rating, because you can get raided by other players, with ways to prevent that with a truce period in the cash shop. This is quite common in these base builders since you want an incentive for the powerful whales to dominate the non-spenders. At around the same time, the dragon finally hatched, and it's not one that roars flames since it's just a whelp and you have to feed it over time. In this mode, you roll a raffle, aka a gacha for the dragon's passive skills. You can see it fly around when you're in the auto battle mode providing some support, but that's basically it. Looks like I won't be waiting around for Baldy to arrive. I think that's enough examples, but what makes G123's model particularly greedy? So to go over G123's general business plan here, I think based on the stuff I've seen so far, I've got a pretty good idea. However, this portion is based on my own opinions from my experience playing these games. If it's one thing I learned about the business of gaming, it's that sometimes marketing can be equally, if not more important than designing how the actual game is. So I recently turned down a sponsor for the game called Dragon Traveler, an idle gacha game that was released in early January. I was going to go through with a short 1-minute integration, but ultimately decided against it since the game just looked extremely generic. And, well, there's some strong signs it uses AI to assist in its artwork. I'm sure it's fine if you just play it, but this would be an example of a game that doesn't exactly stand out, but is still able to achieve some degree of success due to the amount of marketing it pushed. In all honesty, I probably still recommend Dragon Traveler over these games, but you can see that G123 is doing something very similar, just to a much larger degree. Their strategy is quite simple: buy up the rights to use a lot of popular IPs in anime and television. Then make simple browser-based games with many predatory practices to hunt for those elusive whales to fund the company and further ventures. Undoubtedly, buying up all these IP licenses cost them a pretty penny, except if you look at it, if you wanted to get into a mobile game that featured your favorite anime series, chances are G123 is the only place you can get it. I don't know any other mobile game versions of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid or Goblin Slayer. The average person probably knows that mobile games can be a money sink, except this tactic is clearly working. The lack of downloads where verification needed also plays to their advantage. Generally, if you're a seller of online goods, or just goods in general, you want to have fewer checks in place when a customer buys something, like asking them to put in their address or email for further verification. Any additional steps or moment of hesitation a customer would have to take is another opportunity for them to second guess their choice to back out of the purchase. For these low-effort money sinks, it's understandable that they want to have as few barriers as they can to immediately get someone interacting with the game and its systems. You can literally click on the ad and the game will instantly start. The next time you're interested in an IP-based gacha game because you have an emotional attachment to the franchise, the developer sometimes has a clear incentive to use that attachment as a means to monetize. So, tread carefully. G123's strategy is effective to a vicious level. In 2024, according to their blog post, they've managed to amass over 500 million users.
That's crazy.
It's not even an
Over
argument that
500
these
million.
games are extremely low effort with many
That's
systems to
insane.
confuse and incentivize spending. It personifies why mobile gaming generally gets a bad rep, and other gacha games, even when their quality greatly exceeds the norm, will always get bad mouth from people outside the genre. It's the reason that no matter how high quality a gacha game gets, it will be lumped with the likes of games like these. Hopefully, you've learned that as much drama as the mainstream gacha games drum up in the perpetual tribalistic cultural war, there's always a hidden side of the genre that you'll hopefully never uncover. Anyways, thank you for joining me today, and let me know just how often you see those ads. If you want to see more content related to gacha...
Okay. Alright, we're done with some of that stuff, and there's even more here. Yeah, there's pretty much just like 2 videos left. I guess let's just go finish them off. Chinese games to improve the social credit score. What the hell? Okay, what games is he gonna look at then? Black Myth Wukong and what else?
Are you tired of yellow paint, endless cutscenes, and female character designs that look like Nikocado avocado?
Damn, okay, I can't unsee this anymore. That's crazy.
Games made by people who hate you, who hate video games, who intentionally ruin the product for their own sick agenda. And I know I've only shown AAA games, but indie games have the exact same problems. It feels like every popular indie game nowadays has either received investor funding or comes from a full-fledged company that no one would have considered indie 10 years ago. And as a result, they end up feeling even more corporate and pandering than modern AAA. That is assuming that they're not just doing it for the love of the game. Some people just hate the female form. No, at a certain point, it's time to just cut your losses. I've given up on the West. It's time to look toward the East. And I'm not talking about Japan. Japan has long since fallen to Western influence. Whether it be rogue localizers ruining the message of the original work, or just making it cringe, higher-ups forcing character designs to be more in line with Western tastes, to the point where we have article after article of Japanese developers complaining about it, and then we just have straight-up censorship where we just don't receive the product as originally intended. I mean, God forbid anime Dark Souls have attractive characters. No, that's illegal. The single cat ladies will lose their minds. Not to mention the Japanese made Yu-Gi-Oh, and for that, God will punish them, but that's a video for another time. Japan is dead to me. I have given up on them. As a wise man once said, years ago, I was Chinese. You've seen the title of the video. It's time to talk about Chinese games. China has entered the gaming market, and they've discovered this insane trick to set themselves apart, where they make video games for gamers and not single white women who work in HR. That when you make video games for people who actually like video games, the games have women with giant boobs, men who are jacked out of their skull, and the games have actual gameplay. Now, I know when you hear China in video game, the first thing you think of is gacha because of Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves, but I'm not talking about those because they suck. I don't like gacha games.
There we go. We got someone to say they suck.
No good. The whole reason to make this video is I need to get my social credit score up. It's already in the negatives from me saying I'm Chinese too many times. The plan is to expose you to the world of good Chinese games, so that maybe you'll leave this video with some good games to play and greater hope for the future of gaming. Not for you to develop an addiction to a credit card swiping simulator. I'm being a little harsh. I played Genshin when it came out and it was okay, it was fine, but it doesn't compare to the kind of game that you buy and then you just have all of the content. I know it's a crazy idea. Anyway, before we get into the real video games, this video is sponsored by Temu. You know, since we're talking about Chinese games, I had to show you my favorite Chinese company sponsoring this video. It's only appropriate to start this video off with the game that made everyone realize that China was capable of making real video games. And that's Black Myth Wukong.
Yep,
we all know the story. The game blew up. Everyone bought it. They're like, oh my god, why don't Western developers make games like this anymore? And the entire industry learned a grand lesson, except of course that's not true. Nobody learned anything. Developers went back to making slop. Gamers went back to playing slop. And at the time, time, I didn't even play the game. I just assumed, clearly Chinese propaganda. There's no way the game's actually good. It's probably the same slop everyone else is making. But I was truly missing out. And if you haven't played it yet, you're also missing out. The game's great. It's so weird playing a AAA game that looks like a AAA game, but it's just fun. No propaganda, no endless cutscenes, trying way too hard to be high art. Just a fun video game that's meant to be enjoyed. That not every action game has to be Dark Souls or a playable movie. As much as I like Dark Souls, because they really are great games, I'm kind of sick of it. Dark Souls was interesting because it was unique. And now that every game is like Dark Souls, I want to go back. I miss the old action games that were real power fantasy. How come it's always the bosses
Discord's
that
doing
do
the thing
all
now,
cool
Rap.
stuff, and what you're forced to play as is a complete lame-o, because if you did anything cool, the hardcore Souls fans would claim, oh, you didn't really beat the game. You didn't really beat the game if you stood on your giant monkey pole ignoring all the boss's attacks. You didn't really beat the game if you turned into a giant wolf guy who's completely invincible. You didn't really beat the game if you froze the boss in place, beat him up, teleported behind him anime edgelord style. No, that's too much fun, and games aren't about having fun. It's about proving to other people you're good at something that doesn't matter at all. That's not to say that the game is baby easy or anything. The point is, the only thing
It's gonna be like Shin Bonetta. It'll be like Shin Bonetta or whatever, if you ever seen that anime.
Seem to have learned from Dark Souls is that hard equals good. That it is a bad thing to give the player options and choices and cool things to do because you don't want to empower the player too much. We're supposed to be pressing the right button at the right time, dodge at the right time, parry at the right time, and no more complexity than that. Well, I'm tired of it. I want to play a game where I'm a monkey man who's clearly overpowered in
You know, that's literally the plot of Shin Bonetta, right? That's straight up the plot of Shin Bonetta. You know that, right? That is straight up the plot. I am not joking. That is straight up the plot of this thing. But yeah, it is pretty hilarious. Give it a watch one day. But yeah, it is straight up the plot of Shin Bonetta, what you just described.
Beating giant monsters to death. I want it to be clear that I am the cool one, and who I am killing is a loser, hence why they are dying.
Yeah, that was a decade ago when that aired.
A little bit. The regular enemies are all just fodder. You obliterate them with no problem, because you are Monkey God, and they are nothing to you, making the meat of the gameplay.
And then last year we got the exact opposite of Shin Bonetta. With this one, which is the exact opposite. This shit is hilarious. This shit is hilarious. It is the exact opposite of Shin Bonetta, though. To put it lightly.
Just fighting a
But like, they take it too far where you just get desensitized to it. It's just like, yeah, of course.
Bosses and mini bosses. And boy, are these fun to fight. There's a ton of them. Optional ones with real rewards. The transformation that makes you invincible comes from an optional boss. There's none of this, oh, when is it my turn to attack? The boss has to do their 20-minute cutscene where I dodge roll 500 times. No, it plays like an old action game where you're just beating each other up. I mean, just look at how much I can do in a single string of skills. The boss gets no opportunity to hurt me at all. It's true power fantasy. Now, I immediately die right after this, but ignore that part. It's not about being easy. It's about being cool and fun. As for the aesthetic of the game, it's your classic wushu Chinese stuff. It's Journey to the West. And normally I would not like wushu, but I'll let it slide here because Journey to the West is a classic. We all love Goku, but you won't see any more of this wushu ancient Chinese in the rest of this video, despite 90% of Chinese games having this one aesthetic. It's like if every Western game was about medieval knights. Actually, that'd be really cool. Knights are way cooler than Chinese. Are they samurai? Ninja? No, that's Japanese. They're lame. I don't like it. Anyway, story-wise, I honestly don't even know.
It's an experience. I saw some of it. I haven't seen all of it, but like, that thing is an experience. It is the peak. They found the way to make it. That shit is just hilarious in all the wrong ways. But
Know
yeah.
what's going on, wasn't paying any attention at all. The Chinese voices are just too funny. Rather than actually read and see what's going on, I would just try and
But
mimic
yeah, it's
the
just like a
Chinese
big
voices.
what the fuck.
Aw.
Like, the craziest part, it's just like freaking Kodoko was the one that produced that thing.
So I'm sure maybe the story's really good, really bad, doesn't matter to me anyway. That's enough about Black Myth Wukong. I want to keep it brief because that's the one game that everyone's already heard of. And with this video, I would like to give you some new games to try that you haven't heard of. Like possibly the greatest action game ever made, Weird RPG 2. I know this may look
Weird
like your
RPG
standard
2, what?
action game. Maybe even it looks a little cheap. It has a dodge, it has a parry, it even has a super move to spice things up a little bit. But for the most part, it's a standard Souls-like. Except wouldn't Dark Souls be so much better if I could have a black man who's very good at basketball help me defeat my enemies? That maybe this enemy is too hard for me to consistently parry. So instead, I'm gonna turn into a monkey demon with an assault rifle and just headshot him a bunch of times using wall hacks and aim assist. And if that's not enough, I have voice-activated lasers. China #1! China! And voice-activated floating blades. You know, I made a whole video about soul in video games. This is what I mean. This is soul. It's just putting everything you think is
Okay,
cool
I want to
in
play
the
this
game.
one.
Do you think any kind of committee approved of this? Do you think the developer
Wait, what is it
is
called?
really good, really bad? Doesn't matter to me anyway. That's enough about Black Myth Wukong. I want to keep it brief because that's the one game that everyone's already heard of. And with this video, I would like to give you some new games to try that you haven't heard of. Like possibly the greatest action game ever made, Weird RPG 2. I know this may look
Weird
like your standard
RPG 2, wait. What is this? Okay, what the is this the one? Wait, I think it is. This shit is just looks so ridiculous. Yeah. It's an innovative third-person action RPG. You got parries and stuff? Don't worry. The game is perfect. It's perfect for you. Okay. Ironically, what gaming should be about. 3 minutes of playing the game, killing enemies, tapping my microphone, and moving files into your C drive to get a damage bonus. This makes me do things all the games would ever make me do. Okay, I definitely have to try this at some point. What the fuck? Noted.
action game. Maybe even it looks a little cheap. It has a dodge, it has a parry, it even has a super move to spice things up a little bit. But for the most part, it's a standard Souls-like. Except wouldn't Dark Souls be so much better if I could have a black man who's very good at basketball help me defeat my enemies? That maybe this enemy is too hard for me to consistently parry. So instead, I'm gonna turn into a monkey demon with an assault rifle and just headshot him a bunch of times using wall hacks and aim assist. And if that's not enough, I have voice-activated lasers. China #1! China! And voice-activated floating blades. You know, I made a whole video about soul in video games. This is what I mean. This is soul. It's just putting everything you think is cool in the game. You think any kind of committee approved of this? Do you think the developer cared about accessibility? I don't think so. It's already really fun to just do this crazy stuff, but believe it or not, the base combat of this game is genuinely good. You see, most games have a lag for all of your inputs. Not the kind of lag that Unreal Engine causes, but the kind of lag where if you use an attack, you cannot attack again until the animation finishes. Or if you take damage, you can't make an action until your damage animation finishes, or the stun ends.
Too slow.
Not this game. There is no lag at all. You can do anything out of anything. You can parry in the middle of taking damage. It is the Street Fighter 2 Turbo of action games.
Okay.
Now, it's profoundly jank, and you definitely wouldn't want this system in every game. But in a game of this goofy already, it fits perfectly, and is something I've never experienced before in anything but joke fighting games. It's extremely fun. While we're on that note, why does attacking cost stamina? I get dodging and parrying. If you could spam those infinitely, you'd become invincible. But why not just let me spam the attack button? In fact, basically all the later Souls games let you do that anyway, so might as well go all the way. And on top of all of that, the boss fights are actually pretty well designed. That's probably the most surprising thing of all. They have a boss fight where you're fighting a wizard dude who's constantly shooting projectiles. The logic of any other game is to close the distance. What's good at long range is usually bad at close range. But not this fight. It's the complete opposite. You close the distance, he one-shots you with a giant fireball at point-blank range. No, you can actually engage with the projectiles, dodge at long range while shooting your own blasts back at him. It's pretty cool, and it genuinely took me a ton of attempts and felt rewarding to complete. For a joke game, maybe if we fire Karen from HR and hire this guy, we could actually get some good video games. Now, that's enough of games that you can comfortably play in front of your parents. I sold you at the beginning of the video good female character designs, and my lord, look at these. Can you believe this game is safe for work? I already know what you're thinking. Is this just Hades, but with monster girls? Yes. Yes, it is. Got a problem with it? Have you seen Hades 2? I get it. Maybe it's a really fun game, but I'm playing that. It looks disgusting. It's like they intentionally tried to make the characters look unappealing. They do realize this is fantasy, right? You don't have to make it look like the real world. These are gods, in fact. They should look ideal. Just look at Smite. That's what a god is supposed to look like. Not this. The original Hades isn't much better either. The only appealing character is a head, and she shoots you down. I don't care if this is a Chinese knockoff with objectively worse combat, and everyone speaks in English. At least the girls are attractive, and they're actually nice to you. I mean, it's crazy that it's the Chinese game that doesn't have propaganda in it. I don't really have anything else to say about this one. I mean, it's just Hades. Look at it. Does this sell for you? If not, maybe it's not the game for you. How about this? Is this more your speed? Can you believe this is also safe for work? Could you imagine if all video games looked like this? Okay, maybe that'd be too far.
Sure,
every
but
once
then
in a while, I don't know, it'd be pretty cool. Definitely a lot better than the Concord-likes and the Fortnite-like characters we've been receiving for the last decade. The game is called Heroin Anthem 2. Ignore the fact that it's a sequel. Don't play the original. It's not good. It has a last time on at the beginning of the game anyway, so you're not missing anything. And what we have here is just a standard 2D action platformer. No Metroidvania, no puzzle, just jump around and hit stuff. It's a game all about the spectacle. Massive bosses, massive attacks.
Yeah, they do
look
like trash.
The gameplay matches the character designs. It's extreme. There's no stamina bar, just a special meter that fills basically instantly. It's all gas all the time. That is for the gameplay. Unfortunately, the story doesn't really follow that same pace. The general gameplay loop is you run around, do a little bit of platforming, obliterate every small enemy in your way, then fight a giant awesome boss who obliterates you 20 times in a row. Yeah, did I mention that the bosses are pretty hard? Because it's designed around you having continues. Where you die, you can immediately get up and start fighting the boss again. They don't heal, no reset, nothing.
Oh, that's
but that's
nice.
For cowards. I would never do that, ever. So if you play like a man, it's all fun and games until you get completely evaporated by a giant plant. Everything does about 8 billion damage, and you really have to use your overpowered dodge that also deals damage if you're able to dodge an attack. It's insane. Or you could just abuse continues because you're playing with one hand. I don't know, I'm not judging. But once you complete that,
One-handed gameplay,
part, which I promise I gave it a real shot. I was reading a lot. It's a lot of reading, and it's pretty cool too. You're a part of some cult where people are sacrificed to be tortured for all of eternity, completely immortal, but like an acid pool of pain, and you attempt to save your sister, but she ends up dying anyway. But then we fast forward to the future, and
Yeah, the funny part is that Horizon Live Service won't even be on PlayStation. It's PC and mobile. It's like, wait, what?
So much
Not even on
text.
PlayStation?
I mean, so much text. And there's like a furry guy.
That's
Actually,
the
there's
funny
multiple
part.
furry guys. You got to save a furry girl. And they even make jokes about how much some of the characters are talking. And I just stopped reading. It has a fast forward button for a reason. I was like ultra speed reading. I couldn't tell you what's going on. I don't think this is the kind of game you play for the story anyway. And that's ignoring the character designs. No, you play this game to die in one hit to the Middle Eastern raccoons who blow up as soon as you see them. You then come back, dodge it, frame one, feel great about yourself, and only once you make it through that nightmare are you allowed to fight the ultra giant raccoon, who you completely obliterate, dodge every one of his attacks, dealing massive damage until he one-shots you and you have to try again. It's a good time, I promise. But maybe the game's a little too fast-paced for you. Maybe you died of boredom while reading all of that text. Happens to the best of us. Well, have you ever heard of Vanillaware? They make some pretty cool games. They're like side-scrolling beat-em-ups with flashy moves and high-quality art. But none of their games are on PC. Oh, PC gaming brings great dishonor to Japanese. I'm pretty sure that's why. But if you want to play a Vanillaware-like game on PC for less than $5, there's The Vagrant. And tell me this does not nail that Vanillaware art style. Look at this character. Come on. She's gotta be cold, dude. It's got your standard beat-em-up gameplay with a giant skill tree. Learn some new moves, progress your character. It's serviceable. Not what I would say you play the game for, though. No, the gameplay is clearly a vehicle for the gorgeous art. Not that it's bad, it's just not what makes the game special. The story's not too bad either. Unlike the last one, I actually read all of this. Maybe I wasn't as distracted, except that definitely can't be true. You play as a wandering swordsman, following your lost father. You crash land on an island, are saved by a beautiful girl, so you help her escape her town so that she can elope with some guy, except her father murders him. Oh no. Oof. You then return to the town only for everyone to be murdered by demons. You know, classic stuff. Turns out the stone the guy died on was a warding stone, keeping all the evil out, and it was tainted by blood. You try to fight off the demons, but you lose. Luckily, you're saved by a witch, and you live happily ever after. Except no, this is dark fantasy. So the witch actually finds out that you're trained in like magic killing arts, and so she enslaves you, and now you have to do her bidding. How can a girl with breasts that big be so evil? It's simply not possible. And that's the driving plot of the game. Do the witch's bidding. Try and escape her wrath. Discover the mysteries of this demonic island. It's a good time. I've shown enough action games, though. It's time for something a little different. Have you ever heard of a series called Girls Frontline? I haven't either, and I don't really care because it's a gacha game, but apparently this takes place in the same universe. Do you like XCOM? Yeah, me neither. But imagine XCOM, except with android cat girls. Suddenly, it's a good game. This does not fit the tone of the game at all, by the way. This is like some super serious melodrama. The entire world has been poisoned, making mutants. You are part of the Antarctic military, and you're trying to rescue a girl with regeneration powers as she's hunted by what are basically Russians. I'm pretty sure that's the analog. The story begins with her sister being obliterated by a tank, just a blood splatter left over. She survives, by the way. Each chapter ends with you and her dying because she has time traveling powers, not like the Back to the Future kind, but like the ReZero kind, where every time she dies, she goes back in time. So the android cat girls were kind of out of left field, but it's certainly appreciated. I don't know if I'm selling it particularly well, but the story is legitimately good. This is the first game that I've enjoyed reading. And it sounds like I don't like to read. I like reading books all the time, just not video games, because the writing tends to be subpar. The gameplay is standard XCOM with a ton of abilities and superpowers. A great time missing your 75% chance 900 times in in a row. Except this game lets you save scum. In fact, it's encouraged. It even has a quick save and quick load.
That's
Not that it helps
crazy.
with the missing
Save
thing. I think
scumming.
the RNG occurs at the beginning of the turn, maybe? Because if you miss once, you just miss every time. That or I'm the unluckiest human being alive. What the quick saving is for is so that they could make S ranking these missions truly masochistic. Like, how about a mission where the entire level is covered in invisible mines and you could only
Damn.
trigger 6 of them? Also, you can never become incapacitated, and they one-shot you, meaning you can't get hit by a single one the entire mission, which is 11 turns long, and these are not short turns. Or another where you can't get hit by a single sniper, and the snipers are not visible on the map unless you spot them. They're snipers, so they can obviously outrange you, and this mission is even longer than the last one, extended even further by the fact that the only way to make this even possible is to use stealth, where you move extremely slow. And I'm not cherry picking missions here, these are back to back. There's a difference between a game being punishing versus difficult. By making the game less punishing with quick save, it gives them the opportunity to make it way harder. I love these kind of torture simulators. It's that Ludo narrative harmony. The story is about pain and suffering, and the gameplay is even more painful. Not to mention, I've just always loved these player torture simulators. I played Yu-Gi-Oh for years. I 100% Pokemon Legends ZA, and that's some real torture.
Okay, why the hell would he freaking 100% ZA? That is crazy.
Unlike those, though, the torture is actually rewarding. You're gonna want to get those S ranks. It's how you get EXP and level up your characters. You're gonna want to do that because that's how you upgrade your skills, which are extremely impactful. What skills are is you get points for killing people, and you use those points to activate skills that don't require any action points. Like every strategy game ever, you have a limited number of actions per turn, and the skills completely ignore this. So normally our sniper girl can shoot twice per turn, probably only once if she's moved at all. But if you have enough skill points, you get an extra shot that pierces enemies, or make it so she shoots anyone within range who her teammates shoot, and she's a sniper, so she's always in range, effectively doubling her damage output. The point is, the skills are cool, and it feels good to be rewarded for doing something difficult. There's also all kinds of cool items you can use, like grenades, turrets, scanners to make the invisible mines not so bad, all of which you can prep beforehand. Pick what you use your limited resources on. I just put it all into grenades, though, because grenades are cool. There is tons of strategy in this strategy game. It's a fun time. You're allowed to make a good game that's not a gacha with good character designs. It's possible. The West seems to think that for something to be taken seriously, it has to be ugly, but that has never been the case. I hope you've noticed the theme with all of these games, that they're pure fantasy. From the gameplay to the character designs, everything is over the top and pandering, not to lonely women on Twitter who complain endlessly, but to the people who actually play video games. It's not just the male gaze either. They've done studies that even women want to play as attractive characters. They'll lie and say they're disgusted or whatever, but everyone appreciates beauty. Nobody likes ugliness. And if the West doesn't want to make something that's beautiful, then I guess I just have to become Chinese. That or I can just play them when they come to Steam in my home country of America. You have noticed something pretty strange playing all of these Chinese games. Other than Black Myth Wukong and probably these other Wushu games that are obsessed with their Chineseness, they actually try to hide that they're Chinese a little bit. It's hard to find. They even use Japanese voice acting. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe I bought the game from Chinese Steam, then it would have Chinese voice acting. But it's just odd that I don't even have the option. I want to hear the silly Chinese voices. It was like half the fun of Black Myth Wukong. If anyone could enlighten me as to why this is, I'd appreciate it. I imagine it's because of the poor reputation of China, but who knows? Anyway, I hope you found something new to play. At least one game that was interesting to you. I've never made this type of video before, so let me know how it went. And depending how this does, maybe never again, so make sure to like and subscribe and let me know if you actually liked it. I tried to keep it the same length as my other videos, so maybe I didn't talk about the games enough. I could show off more games and talk about...
But yeah, I definitely want to try this at some point, though, from early in the video. The weird RPG, too. This looks like it'll just be a lot of fun. I definitely gotta try it at some point. This was just recently released on Steam, too. They had another one, a weird RPG. Wait, these had 2 of them? Interesting. Why is weird RPG more expensive than weird RPG 2 though? Oh wait, no, never mind, it's not. It's 50 cents more for weird RPG 2. Never mind. 50-cent difference. I don't know why I read that as a different number. But okay. Yeah, I'll probably check it out at some point. It looks like it'll be fun. Alright, that's another one off the list. There's still a couple left. I think I'll just save these for another time. We got through most of the reacts at least. I think this is just a good place to end it off here then for the night. Right, we've been live for just over 5 hours anyways. I need to get some sleep. It's 5 AM here. And as usual though guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. Right. But yeah, I'll see you guys then. This one was just a different stream where I don't do my usual stuff. I went through my React backlog and then earlier this stream we played, we were playing Denshattack at the start. That one was pretty cool. That one was fun. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.